Chapter 3774. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, causing every cell in his body to tremble. The forbidden power in every cell intertwined with each other. The power of the 60 trillion cells was connected into a single entity. At the same time, the secret technique in his cells also converged and remained hidden. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming brandished his fists. In an instant, dense fist shadows appeared around his body and blasted towards Niesher-san's spear. Violent explosions resounded through the sky as the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. However, without the gravity pearl, Lu Ming's combat strength was still a level lower than a divine emperor. He was no match for Niesher-san. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, Lu Ming was completely suppressed. The fist shadows were defeated and Lu Ming was pierced by the spear. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming's body was pierced by a spear shadow, and he was forced to retreat. However, Lu Ming's injured body was recovering rapidly. It did not affect his combat strength at all. It's a little useful, but it's not enough. Lu Ming felt that Niesher-san could give him some pressure and stimulate his potential, but it was not enough. He felt that it was still a little lacking, and could not help him break through to the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. Die! Niesher-san roared. He did not relax just because he had the upper hand. The fatal 13 spears vibrated, and his attacks were frenzied as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to resist. After a few moves he was hit again. Niesher-san's attack speed and power were too strong. Lu Ming could not completely defend against it. After all, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. The difference between him and a boundary emperor was too great. Moreover, Niesher-san was a monstrous genius. Mu Yun is finally going to be defeated. I hope he's killed by Niesher-san. Han Feng and Qi Ping hated Lu Ming to the core. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming at a disadvantage, they were overjoyed. They hoped that Lu Ming would die under Niesher-san's fatal 13 spears. Even some others thought that Lu Ming was going to be defeated. If Lu Ming still had a trump card, why hadn't he used it yet? By the time his injuries were too severe, it would already be too late. No one would do that. However, Lu Ming did exactly that. The two continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was injured a few more times, but it still didn't help him break through. Not enough. The pressure is still not enough to pose a fatal threat to me, because I know that I still have trump cards that I haven't used yet, so the pressure is still not enough to stimulate my potential and help me break through. If I want to break through, I still have to rely on Ziyangzhou and Fengpeng. Then, there's no need for me to continue probing. With a thought, Lu Ming channeled his forbidden power into the gravity orb on his left wrist. Lu Ming wore Qiuqiu on his right wrist. On his left wrist was a gravity orb. When the gravity orbs were not used, they looked very ordinary, just like 12 ordinary stone orbs. 1. 2 of the gravity pearls emitted a hazy glow and flew out. They rapidly expanded, and a terrifying gravitational force burst out, enveloping the entire battle stage. The gravity of the 2 gravity pearls was astonishing. Even an expert of the Divine Emperor realm would be greatly affected by it. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the gravity of the 2 gravity orbs would also increase accordingly. Sure enough, Niesher-san was also greatly affected. Shrouded by the gravity, the long spear in his hand became as heavy as a mountain. It was much more difficult for him to wield it, and its speed became much slower. Even his own body became extremely heavy. He had to circulate some of his divine power to resist the pressure of the gravity. As a result, his attack power was greatly reduced. Die! Lu Ming shouted and took the opportunity to attack. He threw out a dozen punches, each of which had the power to pierce through the void and explode a planet. Dozens of punches flew towards Niesher-san. Ha! At the critical moment, Niesher-san exhaled and waved his long spear. Dozens of spear radiance blasted out and collided with Lu Ming's punches. Their attacks collided again and again. This time, both of them retreated slightly. Niesher-san blocked Lu Ming's attack. Niesher-san's battle strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Even under the influence of the gravity orb, he was still able to block Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming had fought many battles with real divine emperors in the ruins of the heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom. The battle with the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was the most intense. Lu Ming was only able to draw with the help of the gravity orb. However, the one who fought with Lu Ming in the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom was the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe. The Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was a big tribe after all. The Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was stronger than the Divine Emperors of the ordinary tribes. On the other hand, Nie Shursan's battle strength had only reached the level of an ordinary Divine Emperor. Hence, he was still weaker than Lu Ming. Hence, the farther he retreated, the less Lu Ming retreated. Bang! As soon as Lu Ming stabilized himself, he took a step forward and continued to charge toward Nie Shursan. Nie Shursan was unwilling to be defeated. He fought back with all his might. This time, the battle between the two was really intense. They continued to attack each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, Nie Shursan was still slightly weaker. He slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and was suppressed by Lu Ming. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They had suspected that Lu Ming still had a trump card that he had not used. They did not expect that he really had one. After all, treasures were a part of one's body, like Hao Han and Nie Shursan, who had not used their treasures. Hao Han's bow and arrows and Nie Shursan's long spear were both top treasures and divine weapons. They did not know what to say. They could only watch numbly. Swoosh! Suddenly, Nie Shursan's strength changed. Several spear lights pierced through the air and pierced towards the gravity orb. Obviously, he wanted to destroy the gravity orb. If Lu Ming did not have the gravity orb, he would definitely not be his opponent. Seeing Nie Shursan's action, Lu Ming did not stop him. Instead, he sneered. Destroy the gravity orb? Was it possible? No one knew what material the gravity orb was made of. It was indestructible and impossible to destroy. It was not that no divine emperor had thought of this method before, but they all failed in the end. Clang! A few consecutive spear gleams bombarded the gravity pearl, emitting the sound of metal clashing. However, the gravity pearl was only sent flying. It was not destroyed. Under Lu Ming's control, it flew back. As for Nie Shursan, he was distracted by the gravity orb and was hit by Lu Ming's fist force. Puff! Nie Shursan's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He flew forward and bombarded Nie Shursan with his battle strength. Nie Shursan tried his best to block a few moves. However, after being hit, his chi and blood were not flowing smoothly. His battle strength was even weaker. He was not Lu Ming's opponent. He was swept by Lu Ming's fist force and almost punched a hole in his body. I admit defeat. Finally, Nie Shursan shouted. Chapter 3775. In the end, Nie Shursan admitted defeat. He knew that it was impossible for him to win if he continued to fight. Instead, he would be more seriously injured. He sighed in his heart and looked at Lu Ming with surprise. He didn't expect to meet a monster like Lu Ming in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. A 5th-level Divine Lord defeated him? Was there such a person in the top 10 races? Or was there such a person in the Heavenly Palace? He wasn't sure because he had never met such a person before. With Nie Shursan's admission of defeat, Lu Ming didn't continue to attack. He flew back and hit his aura. Impressive. Nie Shursan looked at Lu Ming. Even though he was praising him, he still looked cool. I didn't expect to meet a genius like you in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Your cultivation is a bit weak now, but in time, when your cultivation improves, you'll definitely be ranked on the Universe Genius list. Universe Genius list? Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of the Universe Genius list. It was said that the list listed 100 peerless geniuses in the primitive universe. In the vast universe, there were countless races and forces. Among countless creatures, only 100 people could be ranked on the Universe Genius list. It was undoubtedly very valuable. Every one of them was a peerless genius and a legend. In the future, they would most likely become overlords of the universe. Moreover, the Universe Genius list would change from time to time. Once there was a change, it would be announced through the dreamy godly jade. With Lu Ming's current strength, compared to the geniuses on the Universe Genius list, there was a huge gap. However, Lu Ming's ability to fight above his level was too strong. When his cultivation improved, he would definitely be ranked on the universe genius list. It could be said that Nie San's words were extremely high praise. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Lu Ming won this battle. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Wang couldn't help laughing. He was very happy. Lu Ming was able to defeat Nie San. This was completely beyond his expectations. In this way, could Lu Ming defeat Hao Han? Even if he couldn't defeat them, Lu Ming could at least rank 4th, because apart from these people, no one else was a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming could win at least 5 matches. 1 victory would be worth 200 points. 5 victories would be worth 1,000 points. What rank could the Fengdu Sword Sect reach? Needless to say, the top 10 was already secured. Could he make it to the 6th or the 5th? There was no need to think about the first place. It was definitely impossible because the gap was too big. However, even if he could reach the 6th or 5th place, it would still be extremely shocking. It would create history for the Feng City Sword Sect, and he would be able to obtain many precious resources. Not only sect leader Wang, but the other members of the Fengdu Sword Sect were also full of smiles. Only one person was different, and that was Qi Ping. His face was extremely gloomy. As for Han Feng, he was gritting his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Lu Ming stepped down from the fighting ring, and the other matches continued. There were also no surprises. For example, Feng Peng and Hao Han of the Violet Sun Prefecture had all obtained victory. Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall had been defeated. After one round, a new round began. This time, Hao Han and Nie San were facing each other. Both of them were considered to be on par with each other. This battle was naturally extremely intense. Both of them had similar battle strength. They fought until they were crazy and fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, Nie San was slightly stronger. The fatal 13 spears broke through Hao Han's defense and won by a little. This made the eyes of the Fengdu Sword Sect's people even brighter. Lu Ming defeated Nie San, and Nie San defeated Hao Han. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could also defeat Hao Han? If that was the case, Lu Ming would be able to reach the 3rd place. The 3rd place would have an additional 200 points reward. Adding the points from the 6 victories, the Fengdu Sword Sect's points. Just thinking about it made people excited. After the battle between Hao Han and Nie San, another match went on. It was Lu Ming's turn to fight. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall. Wei Jin's complexion was extremely ugly. Previously, Wei Jin had boasted in front of the Black Blood Hall's Hallmaster, and the others that he would take care of Lu Ming, and the Fengdu Sword Sect's people. However, to his surprise, Lu Ming's subsequent outburst had far exceeded his abilities. Now, what should he do when facing Lu Ming? Wouldn't it be slapping his own face if he admitted defeat? Don't admit defeat? Wait to be abused? Wei Jin felt that it was too difficult for him. Wasn't he just invited to a small Iron Sea Star Zone group to help the Black Blood Hall compete? How could he encounter such a situation? Why aren't you on the stage? Lu Ming stood on the stage and looked down at Wei Jin. Wei Jin's heart was filled with 10,000 curses. In the end he said, I admit defeat. How could he not admit defeat? Go up and be abused? Wouldn't that be worse? After saying that, Wei Jin lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the Black Blood Hall's people. It was mainly because his previous words were too arrogant. Now that his face was slapped, he felt his face burning. The Black Blood Hall's Hallmaster, and the others' faces were also extremely gloomy. Originally, the Black Blood Hall had always been able to suppress the Fengdu Sword Sect. But it was obvious that the Black Blood Hall was completely suppressed by the Fengdu Sword Sect this time. All of this was because of one person, Lu Ming. Is this person a disciple of the Fengdu Sword Sect? Or external help? The Black Blood Hall's Hallmaster was deeply worried. If it was external help, it would be fine. If it was a disciple of the Fengdu Sword Sect, then it would be terrifying. In the future, when he grew up, there would be no place for the Black Blood Hall. Lu Ming won easily and returned to his seat. He had already won 4 matches. There were still 4 matches left. The remaining 4 matches included the Xiangzhou, Feng Peng, and Vast Ocean. Not long after, Lu Ming's 5th match arrived. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was Hao Han. Hao Han's fighting power was similar to Lu Ming's. Moreover, Hao Han took a defensive stance from the start. It was obvious that he wanted to exhaust Lu Ming's divine power, and then defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, his plan was wrong. The taboo energy covered 60 trillion cells and flowed continuously. Although it could not be compared to the quantifying character formula, which could store a large amount of divine power, it would not be exhausted so easily. In the end, after a fierce battle, Lu Ming defeated Hao Han. In this way, Lu Ming had basically locked in the top 3. After this pinnacle battle, the scene was completely ignited, because in everyone's opinion, the real pinnacle battle had finally arrived. Xiangzhou versus Feng Peng. The two of them finally met. Although there were still a few rounds before the end. But in everyone's opinion, this was already the final battle. Between the Xiang Prefecture and the Wind Rock Prefecture. Whoever won would be the champion and number 1 this time. On the other hand, the loser would be the second place. Without any superfluous words, the battle between the two erupted. Chapter 3776. Xiangzhou and Feng Peng began their battle. Both of them went all out. Feng Peng turned into the wind origin spirit while Xiangzhou turned into a purple sun. When the battle reached its climax, the purple sun province captured an unfathomable beam of purple light from the distant starry sky. With this light, he gained the upper hand and suppressed Feng Peng. Eastern Purple Qi Technique. There were older generation figures who cried out in alarm, recognizing this type of terrifying attack. In the end, Feng Peng and Xiangzhou fought for more than 200 moves. Xiangzhou defeated Feng Peng with the Eastern Purple Qi Technique. The top 3 rankings are out. First Xiangzhou, second Feng Peng, third Muyun. Although there were still 3 laps to go and the competition wasn't over yet, everyone's ranking was already out. No one thought that Lu Ming could win against Xiangzhou and Feng Peng. Lu Ming should have already done his best, and should not have any trump cards left. Many forces had already started to calculate the points silently. When the competition ended, they would choose the resource planets. Sect leader Wang was the same. He was silently calculating in his heart. What kind of ranking would Feng City Sword Sect get this time? 5th. Sect leader Wang's heart thumped a few times. 5th place. This was a ranking that he did not even dare to dream of. After the Resource Alliance, the 18 forces would choose the resource planets according to the ranking. The first place could be the first to choose 3 resource planets. After the first place chose 3, it would be the second place's turn to choose 3 resource planets. In this way, the higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to pick the planets with the best resources. The higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to obtain. As for those ranked at the bottom, once the forces at the top were done selecting, how could there be any good resource planets at the bottom? The resource planets that the 5th place could choose were already very good. Sect leader Wang had already started to think about how to choose the planets. While everyone was having different thoughts, the 5th round of the competition began. In this round of competition, there was nothing else to see. The most exciting one was Lu Ming. In this battle, Mu Yin was against Xiangzhou. Lu Ming was going against the strongest person. Finally, they are going to fight. I wonder how many moves Mu Yin can exchange with Xiangzhou? It's hard to say. Based on the strength that the two of them had displayed earlier, the Xiang Prefecture could almost crush the Mu Yin Empire. It would be very difficult for the Mu Yin Empire to resist. That's right. One of them is strong enough to kill a godly emperor, while the other can only contend with a godly emperor. The gap is indeed huge. So there's no suspense in this battle. Some people stopped talking because Lu Ming was really unpredictable. It was also because they couldn't figure it out that everyone was even more interested, because it was full of uncertainty. You're not admitting defeat? Xiangzhou stared at Lu Ming and asked seriously. Why should I admit defeat? I'm looking forward to this battle. Lu Ming said with a smile, full of fighting spirit. So it seems that you still have a trump card? Purple Yangzhou asked. He was similarly filled with battle intent. Geniuses were not afraid of challenges. The words of Xiangzhou shocked the others. Could it be that Lu Ming really had a trump card? No. Lu Ming shook his head straightforwardly and said, I have no more trump cards. The strength that I displayed previously was my peak combat strength. It wasn't a life and death battle, so there was nothing to deny. Moreover, when they fought later, others would also know where his limit was. Then you still dare to fight me? Ziyangzhou was curious. I'm about to break through. You know that. Lu Ming smiled. You want to use me as a stepping stone for your breakthrough. Ziyangzhou's eyes burst out with resplendent light, and his entire person was shrouded in purple divine light. Anyone who was used as a stepping stone would feel unhappy, especially a monstrous genius like him. The others were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually wanted to use Ziyangzhou as a stepping stone for his breakthrough. How bold! He was playing with fire. You've misunderstood. I don't mean to use you as a stepping stone. It's just that you're strong and can bring me a lot of pressure. Others can't do that. Lu Ming said straightforwardly. Those geniuses who had fought with Lu Ming before blushed. Lu Ming's words were too hurtful. They couldn't even bring pressure to Lu Ming. You have to know that you're playing with fire. I won't go easy on you. Ziyangzhou said. Don't go easy on me. Lu Ming smiled. Then let's begin. At this moment, the great sect leader announced. Boom. Lu Ming took the lead. He didn't dare to be careless when facing Ziyangzhou. The battle secret art had increased his combat power by 5 times. Gravity orb, activated. In an instant, Lu Ming used his strongest combat strength. He turned into a ray of light and charged towards Ziyangzhou. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Lu Ming threw out over 100 punches. Over 100 fist forces pierced through the void and blasted towards Ziyangzhou. Ziyangzhou's body was also filled with resplendent light, and he was shrouded in purple divine light. Purple Sun Divine Fist. Ziyangzhou shouted and threw out a punch. His fist forces were different from Lu Ming's. They were purple suns. The purple suns were in the sky. In an instant, 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. 9 purple suns pressed down on the sky and Lu Ming's fist forces crumbled continuously. The remaining energy of the 9 purple suns continued to press down on Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a powerful gravitational force came crashing down. The 9 purple suns trembled under the pressure of the gravitational force. They were like flames in the wind that were quickly extinguished by the wind. At the same time, a strong gravitational force enveloped Ziyangzhou. Gravitational force? This little bit of gravitational force can't trap me. Ziyangzhou roared. He shook his arms and purple energy surged. He fought fiercely against the gravitational force and there were sizzling sounds. There were even sparks. Swoosh. Ziyangzhou forcibly broke through the gravitational force and charged at Lu Ming. He threw out his fists and another purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. This kind of purple sun was extremely terrifying. If it was thrown out in the starry sky, it would be like a real star. Its temperature was shockingly high. Not only that, it also had a terrifying penetrative force. However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and charged out as well. He waved his fists and punched out fiercely. Bang! Bang! There were no unnecessary tricks. The fierce attacks collided and produced a terrifying explosion. In an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. In terms of combat strength, Ziyangzhou was indeed above Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the gravity orb to suppress Ziyangzhou. Like the others, Ziyangzhou had to use a large amount of divine power to resist the gravitational force. Therefore, he could not do anything to Lu Ming for the time being. The two of them fought fiercely. Bang! Ziyangzhou suddenly changed his fist into a finger. He pointed out and his speed suddenly increased. He tapped on Lu Ming's shoulder and pierced a bloody hole in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's strength was not affected at all. He took the opportunity to punch Ziyangzhou's chest. Chapter 3777. Lu Ming's fist landed on Ziyangzhou's chest. However, Ziyangzhou's entire body was covered in a purple glow. This glow wasn't just for decoration. It also had a powerful protective effect. Sizzle. Lu Ming's fist rubbed against the purple glow violently. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, in the end, Lu Ming broke through the purple glow and his fist landed accurately on Ziyangzhou's chest. Bam! A bloody hole appeared on Ziyangzhou's chest. Fresh blood flowed out. However, his defense was really amazing. Lu Ming's punch only injured his muscles and bones. It didn't reach his heart. Both of them retreated at the same time. Amazing. Exchanging injuries for injuries. You're the first person to injure me in this resource alliance. To show my respect, I'll use my full strength. Xiangzhou spoke. His eyes flickered with purple light and his fighting spirit burned. Previously, he wasn't injured in the battle with Fengpeng. That was because Fengpeng didn't dare to exchange injuries for injuries. However, Lu Ming didn't mind. Now that he had this masochistic physique, he would probably have many chances to be beaten up in the future. He was already used to it. After all, it could increase his cultivation. He even comforted himself by thinking that others couldn't even get such an opportunity. If they could get it, they would probably cry and beg to be abused. With that thought, Lu Ming felt much better. Come on, where's your Eastern Purple Qi? Don't hide it. Lu Ming said loudly. He was looking forward to it. Eastern Purple Qi. Xiangzhou let out a long roar. He took a few strange steps and reached out to grab the void. Suddenly, a purple gas flew over from the endless void. It was unknown where it came from. It was extremely mysterious. The purple gas was grabbed by Xiangzhou and turned into a long sword. Swoosh. Xiangzhou waved the long sword, and a purple sword qi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. At the same time, he crazily activated the various secret techniques in his cells. Under the mediation of the taboo power, these secret techniques all condensed and turned into 2 balls of light. These 2 balls of light were formed from various defensive and offensive secret techniques. They could only be formed under the influence of forbidden power. Boom. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the purple sword qi. In that instant, Lu Ming clearly heard crackling sounds coming from the ball of light in his hand. That was the sound of many secret techniques exploding. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful and sharp force bombarding his fist. His body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, a burning pain came from his fist. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that a deep wound had appeared on his fist. It went straight to the bone, and blood was flowing out. With his powerful recovery ability, his wounds quickly healed. However, Lu Ming was still secretly shocked. Xiang Province, what a strong attack power. He had already condensed all kinds of defensive and offensive secret techniques in the ball of light, but it was still broken and injured. Not bad again. Xiang Province was also surprised to see Lu Ming block his sword. He let out a long roar, and the long sword formed by the purple qi in his hand changed again. It turned into 2 balls of purple qi that wrapped around his fists. His figure flashed, and he quickly pounced at Lu Ming, punching out continuously with both fists. It was the purple sun godly fist again, and purple suns were formed. However, this time, the purple sun godly fist was strengthened by the Eastern Purple Qi art, and its power was greatly increased. Boom. A purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but the purple sun was too powerful. Lu Ming was directly sent flying. The rays of the purple sun were like steel needles that pierced Lu Ming's body. Furthermore, they were extremely hot steel needles. Fine droplets of blood appeared on Lu Ming's body, and they immediately evaporated. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Before he could react, the attacks of the purple sun continent came again. A few consecutive purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. The purple sun shone brightly, and Lu Ming looked extremely small under the purple sun. Lu Ming let out a long roar, and he was fearless as he tried his best to resist. However, Xiang Province had used the Eastern Purple Qi art to raise his fighting strength to the peak, and he had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it was difficult for him to resist. He kept retreating, and his body was dyed red with blood. Lu Ming's vitality was extremely strong, and his defense and recovery were astonishing. If it was someone else, they would have already lost. Mu Yin is going to lose. He is finally unable to defy the heavens. He is no match for Xiang Province. After all, the difference in their fighting strength is too great. Xiang Province has raised his fighting strength to the peak, and he can already kill an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor. Mu Yin is only a fifth-layer Divine Emperor after all. Many people discussed and some sighed. Lu Ming's combat prowess made them gasp in amazement and respect. Therefore, some people felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger, he might really be able to defeat Xiang Province. However, it was not enough now. Of course, this was a good thing for Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others. They clenched their fists nervously, and their eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. They kept praying that Xiang province could kill Lu Ming. At the very least, they had to cripple Lu Ming, because Lu Ming's fighting strength had already made them panic. Unfortunately, what they wanted to see did not appear. Lu Ming's tenacity was freakishly strong. He was clearly at a disadvantage, and he was completely suppressed. His body was dyed red with blood, and his injuries were getting worse, but he persevered. Do you still want to fight? If you continue, you may suffer irreversible injuries, and it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Xiang Province spoke. He was not a narrow-minded person. Although he envied Lu Ming's fighting strength, he was not jealous. He also did not wish to see a heaven's pride like Lu Ming being crippled in his hands. That would be too much of a pity. Is that all you've got? It's not even enough to defeat me, and you still want to seriously injure me? Still lacking a little, ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed loudly, deliberately provoking Xiang Province. Humph! Xiang Province snorted coldly, urging Eastern Purple Chi Art and Purple Sun Divine Fist to the limits. 9 suns condensed out all at once, crushing toward Lu Ming. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes burst forth with a resplendent and anticipatory brilliance. Soon, he was about to break through. After the great battle earlier, the potential in his body was continuously stimulated. He felt that he was not far from breaking through to 6th level Divine Lord. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to break through. Facing Xiang Province's violent attack, he revealed a crazed look. Not only did he not dodge, he took the initiative to charge toward the 9 suns instead. What is he doing? Courting death. Many people stood up from their seats in shock. While Han Feng and Qi Ping were wild with joy, Lu Ming was already very seriously injured to begin with. At this moment, facing Xiang Province's all-out attack, he actually did not dodge and even took the initiative to charge up. He might very well die under this attack. Chapter 3778. Under everyone's shocked, bewildered, expectant, worried, and ecstatic gazes, Lu Ming collided with the 9 purple suns. Boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the sky was filled with purple light, completely drowning Lu Ming. How is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, trying to see through the purple light to see Lu Ming's situation. Swoosh. In the next moment, a figure flew out of the purple light and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. It's Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. He's not dead, he's still breathing. Someone shouted. But his injuries are very serious. It seems that Lu Ming is still defeated. The figure that flew out was indeed Lu Ming. His injuries were indeed very serious, but they were far less serious than what others had imagined. His injuries were recovering quickly, and his combat strength was still at its peak. Furthermore, a portion of his potential had been stimulated. His bottleneck was broken. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and a divine light shrouded Lu Ming. This was the result of the potential stored in his cells being stimulated. His injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. His aura was also getting stronger. He had broken through to the 6th level Divine Lord realm. What? Everyone at the scene stood up from their seats one after another. Their eyes were wide open, and they were all in disbelief. Lu Ming had broken through after being injured in the battle? This was the Divine Lord realm, and he could use this method to break through? Many people felt that their minds were about to explode, and they couldn't keep up with the pace. Impossible, this is impossible. It's fake, it's fake. The most agitated were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them shouted hysterically, as if they were going crazy. As for sect leader Wang, Han Xiling, and the others, their mouths were wide open, and they were completely stunned. It was possible to break through in a battle at a lower level or below the divine realm. It was very common, and many monstrous geniuses could do it. But in the Divine Lord realm, breaking through in the middle of a great battle was exceedingly few, virtually none. A breakthrough in the Divine Lord realm was not a child's game. Who didn't accumulate enough strength over a long period of time, and then choose a time to go into seclusion, and try for a long time before they could make a breakthrough. Lu Ming's breakthrough was too childish. However, he had succeeded in the end. How is this possible? Ziyangzhou was also in disbelief. The purple light around his body was trembling. It was obvious how shocked he was. Previously, when Lu Ming said that he wanted to borrow his strength to force himself to break through his limits, he thought it was laughable. He thought that Lu Ming was just being arrogant. He never expected that Lu Ming would actually succeed. He had actually become Lu Ming's stepping stone. Lu Ming had used him as a stepping stone to break through his cultivation. Even though the Ziyangzhou had a good character, his eyes were filled with coldness. So what? I can still defeat you. Eastern Purple Chi Technique, come again. The Purple Sun Governor let out a roar. He took a few steps forward and formed a mysterious seal with his hands. Whoosh. Beyond the sky, another stream of purple chi flew over. The Ziyangzhou could actually still summon a stream of purple chi. Purple chi gathered, making the purple light on the Ziyangzhou's body become even more intense. He took a step forward and threw a punch out. The purple sun was high in the sky, pressing down on Lu Ming. Come at the right time. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He had just broken through to 6th level Divine Lord, his strength skyrocketing. He felt that there was inexhaustible strength all over his body. He rushed up and threw a punch out. Boom. The void exploded. The berserk fist force collided with the purple sun, erupting with a shocking rumble. The force was like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Bang. This time, a purple sun was forcefully blasted apart by Lu Ming's punch. While Lu Ming's figure only swayed slightly, Ziyangzhou's expression changed. Divine power burst forth, purple sun divine fist blasting out consecutively. A total of 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. Countless purple rays pierced towards Lu Ming like sharp swords. However, Lu Ming controlled the gravity orb, erupting with a powerful gravitational force. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, even if it was the same 2 gravity orbs, the power of the gravitational force was also stronger than before. Under the pressure of the gravitational force, even the battle platform shook slightly, as if it could not withstand the gravitational force, and fell from the sky. Those purple rays that were like sharp swords were constantly shattered under the gravitational force. Even the 9 purple suns trembled, their power reduced by a lot. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming rushed up and threw out a series of punches. The increase in cultivation was also an increase in overall combat strength. The taboo power was denser. In this way, the power of various secret techniques would naturally be stronger. Lu Ming instantly threw out hundreds of punches, fighting against the purple suns. Boom, boom. Continuous rumbles sounded. The purple suns kept exploding, one after another. In the end, all 9 suns were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body did not stop as he continued to rush towards Ziyangzhou. Ziyangz's face changed drastically. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to increase by so much just by raising his cultivation by 1 level. However, he was not afraid. With a shout, purple aura exploded and purple suns appeared one after another. The 2 of them fought with all their might. It was an intense battle, even more intense than the battle between Ziyangzhou and Fengpeng. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. As the battle continued, Lu Ming's cultivation became more and more stable. As the power flowed through his body, the power of his attacks also became stronger. Boom, boom. Lu Ming threw out a series of punches, destroying a few purple suns. He rushed to Ziyangzhou and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist energy penetrated Ziyangz's protective purple aura, and the violent power landed on Ziyangz's body. Puff. Ziyangzhou coughed out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. There was a large hole in his body that almost pierced through. Ziyangz's face turned pale. At that moment, Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed Ziyangz's with the help of the gravity orb. Previously, without the help of the gravity orb, Lu Ming would not be able to fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor. However, after Lu Ming had broken through to the 6th-layer Divine Lord realm, he could fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor even without the help of the gravity orb. With the help of the gravity orb, he could kill such a Divine Emperor. His combat strength had surpassed Ziyangzu's. Of course, if one's combat strength was a little higher than his, he might not win. In a real battle, it depended on one's performance and battle experience. However, In terms of battle experience, how many people in the younger generation could compare with Lu Ming? Other than Di Jiani, who had fought his way out of the small world, there were not many geniuses in the primitive universe who could compare with Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming was extremely talented in battle. Moreover, he had the battle word art. The battle word art could not only increase one's combat strength, but it could also increase one's battle talent. Chapter 3779. Therefore, with Lu Ming's combat power being higher than Xiangzu's, it was impossible for Xiangzu to defeat Lu Ming. Instead, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack was like a torrential storm, unceasing, one after the other, surging towards Xiangzu. Xiangzu was at a disadvantage due to his injuries. For a moment, he could only parry, unable to retaliate. What's going on? The leaders of the various factions looked at each other in dismay. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Lu Ming was actually going to turn the tables. Previously, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was going to lose, that he wasn't a match for Xiangzu because his cultivation was too low. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would be able to make a breakthrough in the middle of the battle, turning the tables in one fell swoop? Now he had the absolute advantage. This battle was full of twists and turns. It made the hearts of these experienced big shots fluctuate, unable to calm down. As for Han Feng and Qi Ping, their faces were pale, and their lips were trembling. It was as if they were dreaming. Sect leader Wang and the people of the Fengdu Sword School were the opposite. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If Lu Ming defeated Xiangzu, then defeating Feng Peng wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't that be taking first place? 8 consecutive victories, 1,600 points. First place, an additional 600 points. Wouldn't the total points of the Fengdu Sword School be over 4,000? Then what rank would they be? Top 3? Just thinking about it made the people of the Fengdu Sword School extremely excited. There's actually such an outstanding person in this world. Han Xiling sighed. Her beautiful eyes were like a pool of spring water. Xiangzu barely managed to endure more than 10 moves, but in the end he was sent flying by Lu Ming, almost flying out of the stage. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward, but didn't continue to attack. He had a good impression of Xiangzu, and this person had helped him make a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wouldn't force him too much. You win. In the end, Governor Ziyang sighed. Even at his peak, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Now that he was injured, there was no point in continuing the battle. He might as well admit defeat. The Violet Sun region admitting defeat also meant that Lu Ming had won. Whoosh! Many people exhaled deeply. Their eyes were still filled with shock. Before this, no one had expected this outcome. Ever since the Violet Sun region defeated Feng Peng, everyone thought that the Violet Sun region would definitely take first place. Who would have thought that before the competition ended, Lu Ming would rise up and defeat the Violet Sun region and change the situation? Everyone found the following matches dull and boring. They were still immersed in the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Sun State. Soon the 7th round began. This time Lu Ming was up against Feng Peng. Everyone's interest was piqued, and they looked forward to an exciting battle. Naturally, Feng Peng wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He started an intense battle with Lu Ming. Feng Peng used a wandering method, wanting to exhaust Lu Ming's strength. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. At most, he would only cause some trouble for Lu Ming. In the end, both sides fought for 50 to 60 moves. Feng Peng was no match for Lu Ming, and was sent flying out of the battle stage by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, 7 consecutive victories. The rest of the battle was just as everyone had expected. There were no unforeseen events. The last round of battles was even more dull. There were no strong showdowns. The remaining prodigy directly admitted defeat in the face of Lu Ming. The others also admitted defeat against Feng Peng and the Violet Sun region. It didn't cause any waves. When the last battle ended, the Resource Alliance agreement was completely over. Lu Ming, as a dark horse, obtained first place. He won 8 consecutive battles and helped the Fengdu Sword Sect obtain 8 consecutive victories. He obtained 1,600 points. The first place was also awarded 600 points. The Violet Sun region obtained second place and was awarded 400 points. Fengpeng obtained third place and was awarded 200 points. After all the battles ended, it was time to tabulate the points. Sect leader Wang walked over excitedly. Under the envious gazes of the other forces, the 18 forces began to determine the points. In the end, the Great Heaven sect obtained first place. They obtained the first place overall. After all, the Great Heaven sect's overall strength was too strong. This was based on the overall score. It was difficult to reverse the situation with one's strength. The Lichuan family obtained second place overall. The Fengdu sword sect obtained third place. Yes, that's right. This time, the Fengdu sword sect obtained the third place overall. Sect leader Wang, the elders of the Fengdu sword sect, and the other disciples of the Fengdu sword sect trembled in excitement. As for Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest, they were trembling in discomfort. Of course, there was also the Black Blood Hall. They were all gnashing their teeth, envious of the Fengdu sword sect. This time, the Black Blood Hall obtained the 9th place overall and entered the top 10. This was already an excellent result, and something worth celebrating. However, compared to the Fengdu sword sect, the difference was too big. How could they still have the mood to celebrate? After the overall score was tabulated, it was time to pick the resource planets. First, the Great Heaven sect began to pick. They could only pick 3 planets at a time. I choose the Purple Gold Copper planet, Blood Tear Grass planet, and Blood Soul Flower planet. The Great Heaven sect leader picked 3 planets. The rest of the people were calm, and they weren't too surprised. The 3 resource-rich planets were the best ones in Iron Sea Star area group. Why was it one of the best? After all, the Iron Sea Star region was huge and there were countless resource planets. Naturally, there were more than 3 good resource planets. However, there was no doubt that these 3 resource planets were the most valuable and most suitable for the Great Heaven sect. After the Great Heaven sect picked, it was the Lichuan family's turn. The head of the Lichuan family picked 3 resource planets. Next, it was the Fengdu sword sect's sect leader Wang's turn. However, sect leader Wang didn't say anything because he was in a dilemma. Since when had the Fengdu sword sect been ranked so high? Third place. There were still so many good resource planets in front of him. In the past, these resource planets were all things that he had dreamed of but could not obtain even in his dreams. Now, with so many resources in front of him, he really didn't know how to choose. He wanted this and that too. He couldn't bear to part with any of them. Sigh, it's so annoying to be ranked so high. Sect leader Wang couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't showing off, but he really couldn't help it because he was in a dilemma. However, to the other leaders of the forces, it was obvious that he was showing off. Especially the Black Blood Hall Master. He was so envious that his eyeballs were about to pop out. Damn bastard. Isn't he just lucky to have an unparalleled genius? How dare you show off like this? How dare you? The Black Blood Hall Master roared in his heart. He didn't realize that his face was distorted because of jealousy. At this moment, sect leader Wang seemed to have realized that the surrounding people were looking at him as if they wanted to swallow him whole. He then realized that he had been too high profile. Chapter 3780. Sect leader Wang hurriedly calmed himself down and picked 3 resource planets with great hesitation. After the selection, sect leader Wang, the elders and disciples of the Fengdu sword sect all had smiles on their faces. With these 3 resource-rich planets, they would have abundant resources for a long time in the future. Everyone's strength would increase tremendously, and so would the strength of the sect. Most importantly, with better resources, they would be able to recruit more supreme disciples. Humans were all realistic. As long as you had resources, there would naturally be people who would join you. The 18 forces made their selections one by one. There were naturally many resource-rich planets, and it was impossible to select all of them in a short time. However, some of the top resource-rich planets were limited. At the end of the list, there were no more top resource-rich planets. There were only some ordinary ones left. After the 18 forces made their selections, the second round of selections began from Great Hong sect. In this manner, the selections continued. In every round, one force would pick 3 resource-rich planets. This continued until all the resource-rich planets were selected. After 2 days, all the resource-rich planets were selected. Then the 18 forces signed an agreement to allocate the resource-rich planets. The resource-rich alliance was set by the emissaries of the Heavenly Palace, and all the forces had to abide by it. After the agreement came into effect, all the forces had to mine the resource-rich planets according to their previous selections. Those who violated the agreement would be attacked by the other forces. Only before the new resource-rich alliance would the various forces secretly send people to plunder the resources of other resource-rich planets. In fact, this was a game that all the forces had agreed to. After everyone had settled their matters, Lu Ming followed sect leader Wang back to Fengdu Sword Sect. He did not realize that there was a pair of flickering eyes staring at him from the Great Heaven Sect's area. This pair of eyes belonged to the man in a white robe and a white bamboo hat. Even the Great Hong Sect leader was respectful to him. After returning to Fengdu Sword Sect, everyone in Fengdu Sword Sect was shocked by the results of the battle. Everyone was shocked by Lu Ming's battle results. When the Fengdu Sword Sect found out that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Fengdu Sword Sect, they were stunned. Many people found it hard to believe and secretly investigated Lu Ming's identity. After some investigation, they found out that there was indeed a person called Mu Yun in the Feng City Sword Sect. Mu Yun was definitely a member of the Feng City Sword Sect. It was just that he usually kept a low profile and was too unsociable. He liked to cultivate alone, and not many people had seen him before. As a result, the entire Plentiful City Sword School was in an uproar. Everyone was praising him. Of course, there were many who praised Lu Ming, but even more praised sect leader Wang. Sect leader Wang had actually secretly nurtured such a shocking genius like Lu Ming. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it would be shocking. When sect leader Wang heard this, he was stunned. Then he thickened his skin and admitted it. Of course, there were many people who went to congratulate Lu Ming. In fact, there were many people who wanted to curry favor with him. Lu Ming braced himself and received them. However, a few days later, Lu Ming could not take it anymore. He simply used the excuse of going into seclusion, and did not go out. In fact, he was really in seclusion. Those secret techniques that he had obtained back then, there were still many that he had not finished cultivating. The Resource Alliance agreement had ended. He could make use of the time to finish cultivating the remaining secret techniques. Time flew. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming finally finished cultivating the remaining secret techniques in his hands. They turned into secret technique runes and merged into his cells. As a result, the secret techniques that Lu Ming mastered reached as many as 550 types. After refining the various secret techniques, Lu Ming took out a piece of white bone pearl and started refining it. When Lu Ming broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm, more than half of the energy stored in his cells had been consumed. It was less than 50%. The energy of the bone pearl was extremely pure. Even a divine emperor would be envious of it. It was very easy to absorb. It continuously merged into Lu Ming's cells and transformed into Lu Ming's potential. In less than a day, the energy of a bone pearl was completely absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was about to take out another one to continue absorbing when someone came. It was sect leader Wang. He brought a young woman to Lu Ming's residence. When Lu Ming saw sect leader Wang, he was slightly taken aback. Because that young woman was walking in front. Sect leader Wang was vaguely half a step behind this woman. His expression was rather respectful. What a beautiful woman. Lu Ming sized up the young woman. The young woman looked to be about 18 years old. She was wearing an emerald green dress. Her skin was fair and her facial features were exquisite. She was very beautiful. Among all the women that Lu Ming had seen, she was the best, second only to Autumn Moon, Xian Yanqing, and the others. The most special thing about the woman was her ears. Her ears were pointed, which made her different from humans. Other than that, she looked no different from humans. The elf race. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The most famous race with pointed ears was the elf race, which ranked 36th on the list of 10,000 races of the untainted land. The 36th place on the list of 10,000 races of the untainted land was undoubtedly a terrifying top race. It was much stronger than the 99th place Ziying race. No wonder sect leader Wang was so respectful to this young woman. Miss Yuling, this is Mu Yun. Sect leader Wang pointed at Lu Ming and introduced him. I know, I've seen him before, the female elf said in a clear and pleasant voice. Then she carefully sized up Lu Ming and said, Mu Yun, come with me. My young lady is waiting for you. Your young lady? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Moreover, the other party said that she had seen him before, but Lu Ming had no impression of seeing her before. Could it be because of the resource covenant? After all, there were many people watching the battle. It was normal to see him before. Yes, let me tell you a piece of great news. You are my young lady's fiancé. Now come with me to see my young lady, and then return to the elf race to get married. Yuling said. What? Lu Ming's voice suddenly rose. His eyes widened, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. What's going on? When did I become someone's fiancé? And the other party is from the elf race. What's going on? Is it that Mu Yun? Lu Ming thought of his substitute, the real Mu Yun of the Fengdu sword sect. But according to the information provided by the Fengdu sword sect, Mu Yun was a complete loser. How could he have a fiancé from the elf race? And the other party seemed to have a high status. How could this be possible? Conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. On the side, sect leader Wang was also tongue-tied and completely confused. Obviously, he did not know what was going on. What? You don't want to? Yuling frowned. Miss Yuling, are you mistaken? I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Fengdu sword sect. How can I be worthy of your young lady? I'll have to trouble you to investigate this thoroughly. Lu Ming tried his best to persuade her. Chapter 3781. Yuling frowned, staring at Lu Ming and said, Are you called Mu Yun? Are you a disciple of the Feng City sword sect? That's right. Lu Ming could only brace himself and admit it. Then that's it. You and my young miss were betrothed. You might not have any memories, but your parents definitely do, Yuling said. Well, I'm alone right now, and I've never heard my parents mention it before. Miss Yuling, after all, there are many people with the same name. I think you must have made a mistake. Lu Ming defended himself. If it were anyone else, a young miss of the elf clan would definitely laugh her head off if she suddenly came looking for him to marry her. The elf clan was a famous beautiful race in the great desolate universe. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Just look at this wandering spirit, you can tell. But Lu Ming couldn't, he already had a wife. How could he marry someone else? He absolutely could not agree. You, what's wrong with you? My young miss wants to marry you. That's your 10 lifetimes, no 100 lifetimes, 1,000 lifetimes of fortune. Do you know who my young miss is? My young miss's name is Ling Yue, and she is one of the 20 pearls recognized by the great desolate universe. Do you know how many people are chasing after my young miss? You can circle around your Feng City, do you know that? Yuling's eyes widened as she glared at Lu Ming angrily. A mere disciple of the Feng City sword sect, her young miss wanted to marry him, but she actually tried to stop him, as if she was unwilling. This was simply preposterous. If he hadn't seen Lu Ming fight before and had some talent, he would have already slapped Lu Ming in the face. Even so, did Lu Ming think that he was worthy of her young miss? She didn't know what her young miss was thinking. Although Mu Yun's talent was astonishing, there were still heaven-defying existences among the people who pursued her young miss. Why did she choose this brat? Was it really because of the engagement? Universe's 20 pearls, Ling Yue. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Of course he knew of Ling Yue's name. With the dreamy divine jade, how could he not know about the peerless geniuses of the primitive universe? He was a peerless talent on the universe list. The 20 pearl names on the pearl list of the untainted universe were all leaders of the younger generation in the untainted universe. The appearance of each of them would cause a sensation. He had seen the most talented heroes several times. Ling Yue, the princess of the elf clan, was peerless in her generation, unparalleled in her beauty, and her cultivation talent was also extremely high. There were only 20 pearl names on the pearl list of the primitive universe. Therefore, being pretty wasn't enough to make it onto the pearl list. There were countless creatures in the primitive universe, and many of them were beautiful. However, if one wanted to be on the pearl list, not only did they have to be beautiful, they also had to have a shocking talent for cultivation. Therefore, not only were the Pearl names on the prehistoric Pearl list beautiful, but they were also peerless geniuses. Some of them were even geniuses on the prehistoric universe list. Lu Ming had never thought that such a talented girl would actually want to marry him. At the side, sect leader Wang was also dumbstruck. This banquet came too suddenly. It's a pity that I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Seeing Lu Ming and sect leader Wang's dumbstruck expressions, Wandering Spirit revealed a complacent expression and said, "Now you know how many lifetimes of fortune you have cultivated. Alright, now come with me. Of course, with my family's young Mrs. status, it's impossible for her to marry you, so you need to marry into her family. Do you understand? Let's go." After Wandering Spirit finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. She was sure that Lu Ming would definitely follow her after hearing Ling Yuwei's name. In the primitive universe, not many men could refuse this condition. Unfortunately, Lu Ming refused, so he stood there without moving. After taking a few steps, Wandering Spirit realized that Lu Ming did not follow. She stopped and turned around, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. You're not following? I think you guys are mistaken. My parents really didn't mention it before. Lu Ming said it again very seriously. You're really an idiot, a stupid pig. Are you a man or not? Yu Ling was anxious. She had originally thought that the mission of this trip would be very simple. She only needed to inform Lu Ming that Lu Ming would follow her back. She never thought that Lu Ming would actually refuse. He was simply a block of wood. You can call me stupid, but you can't doubt whether I'm a man or not. Do you want to check? Lu Ming said. You're shameless. Humph. I can't be bothered to care about you. Yu Ling's face flushed red. She stomped her feet in anger and turned to leave. Little brother Mu, this is a great opportunity. How can you refuse? Sect leader Wang cried out in pity. Lu Ming was now considered a disciple of the Feng City Sword sect. If Lu Ming married the elf princess Ling Yuwei, then the Feng City Sword sect would be on the elf clan's boat. In the future, in the Iron Sea Starfield group, which force would dare to go against them? Lu Ming furrowed his brows and said, Sect leader Wang, I want to know the background of that Mu Yun. Have you investigated clearly? Why does he have a fiancée? Moreover, she is the princess of the elf tribe? I don't know about that either. Sect leader Wang was also completely at a loss. The original Mu Yun was just a very inconspicuous disciple of the Feng City Sword sect. His talent was average and he was extremely low-key. He was not even famous in the Feng City Sword sect, so how could he be related to the high and mighty elf princess? The difference between the Mu Yin of the Feng City Sword sect and the elf princess Ling Yuwei was like an earthworm and a dragon. These two had an engagement. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Sect leader Wang, I hope that you can send someone to carefully investigate the background of that Mu Yin and see if it's true. If it's fake, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it was fake, then the dignified elf princess actually wanted to marry him. There must be a conspiracy. Alright, I'll send someone to carefully investigate again. Sect leader Wang calmed down, and also felt that something was wrong. Soon, sect leader Wang left. Lu Ming frowned and began to think. He always felt that this matter was not that simple, but there were no clues. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a reason. He could only give up and continue to cultivate. He had already finished cultivating the secret technique in his hands. He focused more of his energy on the battle formula and the taboo force. What was worth mentioning was that after such a long period of comprehension, as well as the series of battles in the Resource Alliance, his comprehension of the battle formula had finally broken through. He could already trigger the battle formula to increase his battle strength by 6 times, but the probability was not high. It was only about 1 in 30. Chapter 3782. The battle character formula was the origin of battle. The further one cultivated, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. It had already been a long time since he had cultivated the battle character formula to a 100% success rate. During this period of time, he did not give up on comprehending the battle character formula. As long as he had the time, he would comprehend and cultivate it. After cultivating for such a long time, he had finally broken through. It could be considered a matter of course. Of course, he needed to continue to deepen his comprehension in order to increase the success rate of triggering it. It was even more difficult to increase the success rate with 6 times the battle strength than before. Lu Ming did not wait long. About 7 days later, Sect Leader Wang came again. Sect Leader Wang, how's the investigation going? Lu Ming asked. This. Sect Leader Wang looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression and said, Little brother Mu Yun, we didn't investigate clearly before. It was my mistake. A bad premonition arose in Lu Ming's heart as he asked, Sect Leader Wang, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, Mu Yun really does have an engagement with the elven princess. Sect Leader Wang said. When he said this, even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. Lu Ming was even more stunned. It's like this. Although not many people have seen Mu Yun before, after some investigation, we still found some clues. Mu Yun had an old housekeeper who knew everything about Mu Yun. However, after Mu Yun's father passed away, the old housekeeper also left Mu Yun and moved to another place to live. It took us a lot of effort to find the old housekeeper. Sect Leader Wang said. Lu Ming frowned. He knew that the reason why Sect Leader Wang did not bring that old butler here was because he was afraid that he would find out that he was not the real Mu Yun. Sect Leader Wang continued. According to that old butler, before Mu Yun was born, Mu Yun's father had once saved a person. Later on, it was confirmed that that person was the grandfather of the current elf princess Ling Yue, who was also the elf clan's patriarch. Fortunately, Mu Yun's father saved him. The elf clan's patriarch was a person who valued friendship. At that time, the elf princess Ling Yue and Mu Yun were not yet born and were pregnant. In order to repay Mu Yun's father, the elf clan's patriarch decided to marry Mu Yun's father. There's really such a thing? Lu Ming was dumbstruck, thinking that he was dreaming. He was just to find someone to replace his identity, and there were actually so many things to do. This time, it should be true. Later, when the elf patriarch recovered from his injuries, he gathered the elites of the elf tribe and went back to suppress the rebellion. However, due to his heavy injuries, his internal injuries flared up, and he didn't live for long before he died. After he fell, the current elf clan's patriarch succeeded him, which is Ling Yue's father. But at this time, something happened. Sect Leader Wang continued. The elf clan doesn't recognize it? Lu Ming guessed. That's right. After Ling Yue was born, she revealed a terrifying talent. Her talent was unparalleled, and her talent was peerless. As for Mu Yun, his talent was mediocre, and the difference between him and Ling Yue was too great. Furthermore, when Mu Yun was young, his parents both passed away. After Mu Yun's parents passed away, they completely cut off all contact with the elf clan, and the old butler also left. This matter was originally left unsettled, and there weren't many people who knew about it. Sect Leader Wang's expression was somewhat complicated. Lu Ming was stunned. He was flabbergasted and dumbstruck. He could even encounter such a melodramatic thing. He just wanted to find someone to replace his identity, but now the elf princess was involved. Have the people of the elf clan seen that Lu Ming before? Lu Ming asked. He was worried about this problem. If the people of the elf clan had seen Mu Yun, they would know that he was fake the moment they met him. It would be easy to determine based on the aura of his life origin. I don't think so. According to the old butler, after Mu Yun was born, he hasn't seen anyone from the elf clan. Sect Leader Wang said. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, after thinking about it, the old elf clan leader died a few years after suppressing the rebellion of the elf clan. Other than the old elf clan leader, the rest of the elf clan looked down on Mu Yun and his father. After all, the difference between the two parties was too great. It was normal for the people of the elf clan to not see Mu Yun. However, why did the other party suddenly come to look for him now? Little brother Mu Yun, I reckon that the elf princess saw your performance at the Resource Alliance Agreement. I received news that during the Resource Alliance Agreement, a big shot of the elf clan came here, and was received by the Heavenly Hong sect. Maybe the elf princess saw your talent and was impressed by it, so she agreed to this marriage contract. This is also an opportunity for you, Sect Leader Wang said. Of course, he hoped that Lu Ming would agree to this marriage contract. I am me, not Mu Yin of the Feng City Sword Sect. This is impossible. Lu Ming rejected directly. Sect leader Wang was speechless. He couldn't understand why Lu Ming would reject such a temptation. If it were him, he would have agreed long ago. After sect leader Wang left, Lu Ming frowned and started to think. Should he just leave? However, he had spent a lot of effort to get this identity, and it was really suitable. Not many people had seen him before, and he might not be able to find such a suitable identity in other places. Without a suitable identity, it would be difficult to become a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming had a headache. Whatever, as long as I don't want to, that Ling Yue can't force herself on me, right? Lu Ming thought it through and decided to ignore it and continue to cultivate in peace. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. This matter still spread out, and at an astonishing speed. It quickly spread throughout the entire Feng City Sword Sect. When countless disciples of the Feng City Sword Sect found out about this, they were simply envious and jealous of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming had actually rejected the elf princess, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They secretly cursed Lu Ming for being stupid. Some people even beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing that they could replace Lu Ming. Especially after Qi Ping found out about this news, he was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. How could that brat Mu Yin have such good luck? Qi Ping roared in his heart. He had seen Ling Yue's appearance in the dream space, and it was simply shocking. Such a proud daughter of heaven was actually Mu Yun's fiancée. The flames of his jealousy were about to ignite him. However, when he heard Lu Ming's rejection, he was wild with joy. He secretly cursed Lu Ming for being an idiot, to even reject such an opportunity. I heard that the geniuses who are pursuing Ling Yue can circle around Feng City Star. That brat Mu Yin actually has an engagement with Ling Yue, hee. Qi Ping's gaze turned as he let out a few sneers. Chapter 3783. Qi Ping revealed a conspiratorial smile, then took out the illusory jade and sent a message. It was the news of Lu Ming and Ling Yue's engagement. Furthermore, it was clear that Lu Ming had rejected Ling Yue. The moment this news came out, it instantly exploded in the great desolate universe. Countless geniuses exploded. The high and mighty elf princess Ling Yue, who was peerless in her generation, actually had an engagement? Moreover, the other party was actually a disciple of an ordinary universe-level power. Many people had never even heard of the Feng City Sword Sect. This was simply putting a chicken and a phoenix together. The key point was that the elf princess Ling Yue was planning to marry this person. More importantly, this brat called Mu Yin had rejected it. Countless geniuses seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They felt their hearts ache, and then their eyes turned cold. That Mu Yin, I don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune he has accumulated to actually have an engagement with Princess Yue. Furthermore, he actually rejected it. How preposterous. Who does he think he is? Damn it, where is the Feng City Sword Sect? I'm going to find him. I'm going to cripple that brat. Many people roared in the illusory space. They bitterly pursued Ling Yue, but Ling Yue didn't even care about them. But what about Mu Yin? Ling Yue took the initiative to marry Mu Yin, but he actually rejected Ling Yue. Compared to him, what were they? Was he trash? This was a huge blow to their self-esteem. From their point of view, Lu Ming was slapping their faces. Therefore, countless geniuses said that they wanted to kill their way to the Feng City Sword Sect and teach Lu Ming a lesson. At the same time, these geniuses also had the same thought. They wanted to trample Lu Ming under their feet and let Ling Yue see who was the real genius. He was the one who was worthy of her, Ling Yue. For a time, many geniuses inquired about the location of the Feng City Sword Sect and inquired about Mu Yin. In the Feng City Sword Sect, Qi Ping saw the news in the illusory space and revealed a complacent smile. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Qi Ping sneered. He thought for a while and sent out another message in the illusory space. Of course, his name in the dream realm wasn't his real name. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use it. He mentioned in the dream space that Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak. Relying on a 6th-level divine lord, he defeated the Xiang prefecture of the Ziying race. The reason he spread this news was not to raise Lu Ming's status, or to help Lu Ming become famous. His goal was to let the prodigies of the various races know about Lu Ming's battle prowess. Then more powerful prodigies would come, and not some useless prodigies who wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. The moment this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. The Purple Sun Province was, after all, the outstanding talents of the top 100 races. Among the quasi-emperors, they were rather famous in the entire Great Desolate Universe. And Lu Ming was just a 6th-level Divine Lord. He could actually defeat the Violet Sun Province? I don't believe it. These Sky Prides could not believe it at all after reading the news. Hoo-hoo. A disciple of a faction in a corner actually said that relying on a 6th-level Divine Lord to defeat the Violet Sun Province, simply laughable. A colossal joke. I reckon that it was that Mu Yun who got people to release the news, wanting to scare us away. It's just that he's a little too ignorant. A 6th-level Divine Lord can defeat the Violet Sun Province. Does he think that he's a monster of the top 10 races, or a hero of the Heavenly Palace? Bragging, not afraid of biting your tongue, idiot. Under that message that Qi Ping sent, a bunch of people replied. Of course, they were all scolding Qi Ping, mocking and ridiculing Qi Ping. After Qi Ping saw it, he was also dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting this result. Humph, don't care. As long as an expert comes and exterminates Mu Yun, that fellow, it will do. Qi Ping snorted coldly. During this process, the Violet Sun Province himself did not come out to defend himself from start to end. Presumably, he also did not have the face to come out and say anything after being defeated at the hands of a 6th-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming did not expect that it would cause such a huge wave. By the time he saw the news from the fantasy space, it was already half a month later. At this time, the fantasy space had long burst into an uproar. Many Heaven's Prides had long set off on a journey to find Lu Ming. Nest, who leaked the news. Lu Ming was greatly enraged. Right at this time, Lu Ming's expression changed, his gaze looking into the distance. Bang! Bang! In the distance, one powerful aura after another rose up, spreading over here like a fierce wind. Then one figure after another appeared in the horizon. All of them were young men. There were a total of several dozen people, heading over here with extremely swift speed. Not long after, several dozen experts surrounded the place where Lu Ming stayed. Lu Ming frowned and stepped out, arriving outside the courtyard. Several dozen pairs of gazes landed on Lu Ming uniformly. You're Mu Yin? A youth with a sturdy figure stared at Lu Ming and asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. His gaze swept around and did not see anyone from Fengdu Sword Sect, nor did he see Sect Head Wang and the rest. This was within his expectations. Sect Head Wang and Fengdu Sword Sect's people did not dare to appear. Clearly, his location was most likely also informed by Fengdu Sword Sect. These Heaven's Prides who dared to pursue Ling Yuwei, and had the qualifications to pursue Ling Yuwei practically all came from large clans on the Great Desolate 10,000 clans list. Without a certain status, how could they have the qualifications to pursue Ling Yuwei, nor did they have the confidence and courage. Therefore, Fengdu Sword Sect did not dare to offend these Heaven's Prides at all. It was already not bad that they could not help either side. How could they dare to stand up for Lu Ming? After hearing Lu Ming admit it, these Heaven's Prides all had fire in their eyes. One after another, ice-cold auras landed on Lu Ming's body. Their gazes were sharp like swords, as if wanting to see through Lu Ming. Sure enough, he's only a 6th-level Divine Lord. Such a person might be considered a genius in a mere Fengdu Sword Sect, but in the Great Desolate Universe he's nothing. How can he be worthy of Princess Yuwei? What's even more hateful is that he actually rejected Princess Yuwei. What does he think he is? Just a piece of trash. He actually found someone to say that he defeated the Purple Sun Province in the dream space. What a joke. This is the result of ignorance. One after another, voices of displeasure and jealousy sounded out. Lu Ming was also displeased when he heard this. What does the matter between me and Ling Yuwei have to do with you guys? I still have to cultivate. If you guys have nothing else, please leave. Lu Ming said coolly. Even now, this kid is still pretending. This is ridiculous. Someone sneered and mocked. How is it? Who should we hand this person over to? Someone looked at the others. A mere 6th-level Divine Lord, any one of us can suppress him. However, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I'll do it. You guys use the Dream Divine Jade to synchronize the scene of me suppressing this kid into the dream space. Let everyone see this kid's joke. A youth with 2 noses stepped out. This person had the cultivation of an 8th-level Divine Lord. He was a heaven's pride of the multi-nose race in the great desolate universe. Chapter 3784. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll synchronize it, equivalent to a live broadcast. I'll use live broadcast in the future. It's easier to understand. Several youths took out the illusory Divine Jade. The illusory Divine Jade glowed and faced Lu Ming. The illusory Divine Jade could be recorded and transmitted. It could also be broadcasted live. Others could see it directly through the illusory Divine Jade. At this moment, countless geniuses of the primitive universe saw Lu Ming's image through the illusory Divine Jade. Is it very ordinary? What race is it? It seems to be a human. I really don't know what kind of luck this person has. He actually has an engagement with Princess Yue. The key is that this person rejected it. I'm so angry. Many people were discussing. The more they looked at Lu Ming, the angrier they became. They were looking forward to Lu Ming being suppressed. Boom. At this moment, the youth with 2 noses stepped forward and pressed towards Lu Ming. The aura of an 8th-level Divine Lord continuously erupted. Kid, kneel down. In front of the whole world, admit that you're not worthy of Princess Yue. Admit that you're trash. The youth with 2 noses said coldly. This scheme of his was truly vicious. If Lu Ming said so in front of the whole world, then he would lose all face. Even if he had an engagement with Ling Yue, the elf race would definitely not let Ling Yue marry Lu Ming. Marrying such a person was equally shameful for the elf race. Alright. The other geniuses secretly applauded, secretly praising what a good plan. Of course, there was also someone who was secretly anxious. That was Qi Ping. What an idiot, a mere 8th-level Divine Lord. Qi Ping scolded the youth with 2 noses. Lu Ming was in existence who had defeated the Purple Sun State. You're just an 8th-level Divine Lord. Yet you're so arrogant now. When you're beaten up later, not only will Lu Ming not lose face, but his reputation will also soar. However, he couldn't rush out to remind him now. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming indifferently glanced at the youth with 2 noses. Kid, it seems like you don't agree. Then kneel down. Murderous intent flashed in the 2-nosed young man's eyes. His god force erupted as he struck out with his palm. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. It wanted to force Lu Ming to his knees and humiliate Lu Ming in front of the whole world. However, Lu Ming stood there motionless, allowing the palm to press down on him. He looked like he was petrified. Haha, look, that kid is stunned. He's probably scared out of his wits. He even forgot to dodge. He's probably locked onto by the aura. You'll know whether an expert is capable or not the moment he makes a move. You'll know whether he's capable or not the moment he makes a move. That person even asked someone to boast in the illusory space that he defeated the Purple Sun Prefecture. What a joke. That's right. The sky prides of the various clans who were watching the live broadcast through the illusory space began to discuss among themselves. Sending a message through the dreamscape didn't need to be written word by word. Instead, the message could be sent with just a thought. Because of this, the communication speed was very fast. It was even faster than the time it took to communicate with mouth. At this moment, the communication between these people came to an abrupt end. This was because just as the huge palm was about to press down on Lu Ming made his move. Boom. Lu Ming casually slashed out with his palm. A dazzling sword radiance burst out, and the palm of the 2-nosed young man was easily sliced apart. You're quite capable. Then, let's see how you're going to deal with this move. The 2-nosed young man roared angrily. His 2 noses enlarged and his nostrils became several times larger. Roar. Roar. 2 consecutive roars erupted from his nostrils and formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. This was a sound wave attack. The 2-nosed young man had already used his trump card. The pressure was so terrifying that it caused the space to explode continuously. It formed a pitch-black space that seemed to be able to crush everything. However, this attack might be terrifying to others, but it was nothing to Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming dashed out directly, facing the terrifying pressure, and dashing into it. The terrifying pressure was like a gentle breeze that did not cause any damage to Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed through and arrived in front of the two-nosed young man in an instant. The distance between the two of them was only a few centimeters, and they almost collided. The two-nosed young man was stunned. His eyes were wide open and the nostrils of his two nostrils expanded. For a moment, he actually forgot to retreat. Bam! Lu Ming slapped out and slapped the two-nosed young man's face. Ah! With a shrill scream, the two-nosed young man was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, and spun tens of thousands of rounds in the air. When he stopped, he was completely dizzy. His two noses were completely deformed and squeezed together, becoming one. His face was distorted beyond recognition, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He couldn't even fly and fell to the ground. He was caught by another genius. Otherwise, he would be in a worse state. The scene, as well as those geniuses watching through the dream space, quietened down all at once. Lu Ming actually one-shot the two-nosed young man in one move. One had to know, Lu Ming was just a 6th-level Divine Lord, while the two-nosed young man was an 8th-level Divine Lord. A full 2 realms difference, and he was actually so weak. Just one move, and it unavoidably aroused these people's attention on Lu Ming. Putting aside whether the matter of Lu Ming defeating the Violet Yongzhou in the dream space previously was true or not, just Lu Ming being able to defeat the two-nosed young man now was sufficient to show how terrifying Lu Ming's talent was. A mere Fengdu sword sect actually had such a person? Humph, talent is not bad. But wanting to match up to Princess Yue, it's still too far away. That's right. Furthermore, his attitude is so arrogant, looking down on everyone. No matter how good his talent is, he's also just a 6th-level Divine Lord. The next instant, some people snorted coldly, the cold light in their eyes becoming even stronger. I'll suppress him. Another young man stepped out. This young man had a tall and sturdy build. Although his appearance was not very handsome, he had a masculine aura. Behind him, there was a tail that was the most eye-catching. A powerful aura erupted from this young man's body, spreading over toward Lu Ming. However, it did not have the slightest impact on Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor, is it? Lu Ming muttered, his eyes flashing. This was a Quasi-Emperor level Heaven's Chosen. Clearly, seeing the two-nosed young man being easily defeated, the other 8th-level Divine Lord and 9th-level Divine Lord existences did not dare to make a move for a moment, lacking confidence. It was the safest for a Quasi-Emperor level Heaven's Chosen to take action. Come on, bring out your strongest strength. Otherwise, that two-nosed young man will be your outcome, Lu Ming said. Impudent kill. The burly young man gave a loud bellow and suddenly took a step out. He just took a step out, but his speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. His pair of fingers grew sharp nails. This person's original form should be a raccoon. These were raccoon claws. Chapter 3785. Chi-Chi. His claw was like a heavenly blade that tore through the void and grabbed at Lu Ming's neck. Not bad, but it's still far from being comparable to Xiangzhou and Fengpeng. Lu Ming could sense the opponent's strength as soon as he made a move. With such strength, Lu Ming didn't even need to activate the battle character art. He used his finger like a sword and stabbed out a few times. Lu Ming attacked first and tapped at the burly youth's palm. The burly youth's expression changed. He clenched his claw and used his sharp fingernails to meet Lu Ming's finger. Pung, pung. The two attacks collided. Break! There was a chilling glint in the burly young man's eyes. His fingernails were sharper than divine weapons. Lu Ming actually used his fingers to fight head-on with him. He was simply asking for a beating. He wanted to sever Lu Ming's fingers in an instant. However, at the moment of collision, the burly young man's expression changed. He felt that Lu Ming's fingers were harder than divine metal. His fingernails cut the surface of Lu Ming's fingers, but they did not move at all. On the contrary, his fingernails made creaking sounds and became deformed. In the end, they even broke with a few cracking sounds. Not good. The burly youth's expression changed and he quickly retreated. It's too late to retreat now. Lu Ming was faster than him. He followed closely behind the burly youth. Now's the time. Originally, the burly youth was retreating with panic on his face. But at this moment, his panic completely disappeared. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh! Behind the burly youth, a black shadow stabbed at Lu Ming. It was faster than a steel whip and sharper than a divine sword. It was the tail of the burly youth. Origin source secret technique. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know that this was the burly youth's origin source secret technique. It turned out that this person's origin source secret technique was hidden in the tail. He hadn't used it before so that he could catch Lu Ming off guard and take him down. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wasn't an ordinary person. He had underestimated Lu Ming. Interesting. Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. In an instant, he activated the battle character incantation and doubled his battle prowess, increasing his strength and the speed of his palm. With a sudden grab, he grabbed the burly young man's tail, preventing him from moving. Not good. This time, the burly youth's complexion changed greatly. His sudden attack was his strongest attack, but it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Instead, it was easily caught by Lu Ming. Furthermore, he felt that Lu Ming's hand was as steady as an inextinguishable star. His tail couldn't move in the slightest. "Let go of me!" The burly young man roared, and his fist suddenly blasted towards Lu Ming's head. Humph! Lu Ming coldly harumphed and suddenly exerted strength, grabbing the burly youth's tail and swinging it around. Berserk energy surged through the burly youth's tail, causing him to feel his entire body go soft and unable to exert any strength. He was swung around by Lu Ming. Huff, huff, huff! Lu Ming picked up the burly youth with one hand and suddenly spun him. In an instant, he spun at least a few 100,000 times. Such a high frequency of spinning was extremely terrifying. It caused the air and space to become a great killing weapon. They rubbed against the burly youth and turned into terrifying energy that bombarded his body. Kacha kacha. The burly youth's muscles were torn and his bones were broken. Blood kept oozing out of his nose and mouth. In the end, Lu Ming threw him out. He crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. The burly youth lay in the crater, unable to move at all. This time, the Sky Prides at the scene and the Sky Prides who were watching the live broadcast through the illusory divine jade were all stunned. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated 2 nosed youths. It was still acceptable. After all, the gap between the two wasn't particularly shocking. But now it was shocking. Lu Ming, with his 6th level Divine Lord cultivation, had crossed 4 realms and defeated a quasi-emperor level Sky Pride. Such battle prowess was truly terrifying. Could it be that the illusory divine jade said that Mu Yun had really defeated Xiangzhou? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Immediately, someone who knew Xiangzhou passed the news to him. Xiangzhou didn't deny it and admitted it generously. Once the news was out, there was an uproar in the illusory divine space. The news from before was actually true. Mu Yun had actually defeated the Xiang prefecture. Xiangzhou wasn't the burly youth from before. Xiangzhou had a certain reputation in the circle of quasi-emperors in the entire primitive universe. His combat strength was so strong that he could cross realms and kill ordinary divine emperors. Such a person had actually been defeated by Mu Yun. Didn't that mean that Mu Yun could kill ordinary 1st-level divine emperors with his 6th-level divine lord cultivation? Heaven-defying. A phrase appeared in everyone's mind. They didn't expect that such a person would appear in the small Fengdu sword sect. It was really heaven-defying. Even the seniors of many major races and forces were alarmed. They watched the situation on Lu Ming's side through the illusory divine jade. This kid does have some strength. Are we going to let him go just like that? That's right. Are we going to let him humiliate Princess Yue just like that? Unforgivable. In the illusory divine jade, some of Ling Yue's pursuers or people with ulterior motives spoke up to provoke the crowd. That's right. Today, we came with a lot of people. If we were beaten back by this kid, it would be embarrassing. At the scene, another young man spoke up. This young man was dressed in a gray robe and carried an iron saber on his back. He was like an unsheathed saber. Of course we can't go back just like that. Interesting. My hands are itching. Who will do it? Another young man in a yellow robe looked at the young man with the saber. "Let me do it. I want to see how he can defeat Xiangzhou." After the young man with the saber finished speaking, he stepped forward. Buzz. The saber that was originally quiet jumped, and was held in the young man's hand. Suddenly, a saber light broke through the clouds and rushed into the starry sky. The broken saber of the Divine Saber clan is going to make a move. Many people's eyes lit up. The Divine Saber clan's ranking in the Great Desolate 10,000 clans was not high. They were only ranked 2398. They were far inferior to the Ziying clan. However, it did not mean that there were no terrifying monsters just because their ranking was inferior. The broken saber was a terrifying monster. In the circle of quasi-emperors, his reputation was greater than that of Xiangzhou. It was said that he was also stronger. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how Lu Ming defeated Xiangzhou with his 6th-level Divine Lord Realm strength. The broken saber would definitely be able to force out all of Lu Ming's strength. Bang! The broken saber stepped out and stepped on the void. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Dense saber lights surged toward Lu Ming. The snow-white saber lights were densely packed, almost drowning Lu Ming. There were tens of thousands of them. Chapter 3786. The densely packed blade auras rushed towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming threw out a punch. The violent fist force crushed the void, and everything in front of him exploded. All the blade auras were drowned by the void and disappeared without a trace. "You don't have to test me. Just use your full strength," Lu Ming said. As he spoke, Lu Ming had already activated the Battle Character Sutra to increase his combat strength by 5 times. This broken knife gave him a lot of pressure, as if he was facing the Xiang Prefecture. Therefore, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. "Indeed, I have made an unnecessary move. You have the right to make me use my full strength." As Broken Knife's eyes opened and closed, rays of dazzling blade auras burst out. The aura on his body continued to surge. A dazzling blade shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows and merged with the iron blade in his hand. This was Broken Knife's ultimate secret technique. Shattering iron blade slash. Broken Knife roared and slashed out with his blade. Whoosh! A shocking saber gleam slashed toward the top of Lu Ming's head. The void was split open. The terrifying saber gleam, along with everything, fell toward Lu Ming. However, this was not the end. When Broken Knife slashed out, he moved and rushed towards Lu Ming. He changed his blade aura and slashed out horizontally. A horizontal blade aura slashed towards Lu Ming. It formed a cross with the previous blade aura and slashed towards Lu Ming. The blade aura was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to Lu Ming. Gravity orb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He activated the gravity orb and a powerful gravitational force burst out, enveloping the vast void. Buzz buzz. The 2 blade auras were pressed down by the gravitational force and immediately vibrated. Following which, Lu Ming brandished his fists and bombarded the 2 saber gleams. The saber gleams vibrated and dispersed. What powerful strength! All of the remaining prodigies present, as well as the prodigies of the various races who were watching the battle through the illusory divine jade, as well as some of the older generation figures, were all stunned. The fact that Zhang Xian was able to overcome the attack of the small knife so easily showed that his fighting prowess was frightening. He was much stronger than the burly young man whom he had dealt with previously. Obviously, Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength just now. Amazing! Again. Xiao Dao roared and approached Lu Ming. Xiao Dao unceasingly chopped towards Lu Ming. The attack of the saber technique was direct, domineering, and powerful. The dazzling saber light emitted a terrifying whistling sound as it chopped towards Lu Ming, sealing off all of Lu Ming's paths of retreat, forcing Lu Ming to take it head-on. Lu Ming controlled the gravity orb, and the powerful pressure constantly pressed down on Xiao Dao, forcing him to circulate his divine power to resist the gravity. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fists and mobilized all of his cells, activating the secret skills in all of them. These secret skills gathered together and turned into 2 balls that wrapped around Lu Ming's fists. Lu Ming used his fists to resist Xiao Dao's saber. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. What a powerful attack! It's even stronger than the attack from the Purple Sun State. Lu Ming was also shocked. There were indeed many prodigies in the Eldritch universe. He couldn't underestimate anyone. Xiao Dao's saber technique was extremely domineering and powerful. It was even more powerful than the east-rising purple chi art from the Purple Sun state. Xiao Dao's ability to fight head-on was even stronger. However, Lu Ming was also slightly stronger than when he had fought against the Purple Sun state. Firstly, his cultivation level had become more stable. Secondly, during this period of time, he had cultivated some secret skills and integrated them into his cells. He now controlled a total of 550 kinds of secret skills. Although he hadn't fully comprehended these secret skills yet, under the effect of the taboo power, their power was also very shocking. But in the battle against Xiao Dao, he didn't have much of an advantage. The two of them fought fiercely. Everyone watched quietly in the surroundings. They couldn't calm down. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. Previously, when they heard that Lu Ming could defeat the Purple Sun state, no one believed it at first. Later, when the Purple Sun state admitted it personally, although they believed it, they weren't that shocked. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming fight to a draw with Xiao Dao, who was stronger than the Purple Sun state with his 6th level Divine Lord cultivation, that kind of shock was difficult to describe with words. Such combat strength is too unbelievable. Do the top monsters in the top 10 races have such combat strength? Someone expressed such an opinion in the dream space. However, no one answered. The top 10 races were all extraordinarily talented. Those top monsters, their combat strength was even ridiculously strong. But were they so strong? A 6th level Divine Lord fought to a draw with Xiao Dao, who was also a monstrous genius? Could it be done? Everyone expressed their doubts. Perhaps, another monster with the ability to suppress the top 10 races was born. 4 generations. In the competition of the younger generation, the monsters of the top 10 races undoubtedly suppressed all heroes. They suppressed the other races' geniuses with invincibility until they couldn't breathe. They were synonymous with invincibility. But there were exceptions to everything. There would always be times when those weaker races would give birth to undefeatable geniuses. Those geniuses were all outstanding geniuses. They came from weak races, but they were able to rise against the trend, trampling the top geniuses of the top 10 races beneath their feet, becoming undefeatable. There weren't many such people, but there wouldn't be a lack of them. They felt that Lu Ming had such an attitude. Amidst everyone's complicated thoughts, Lu Ming and Xiao Dao had already exchanged more than 100 moves. The two of them didn't have any superfluous tricks, both meeting force with force, directly clashing head-on. Every move was done with all their strength. This kind of fighting method consumed a lot of divine power. Especially for Xiao Dao, it was even more so. Saber Dao required one to press forward with indomitable will and go all out. Every saber was the strongest saber. Every saber was a saber to kill. There was no way out. But in this case, the speed of consuming divine power was even more astonishing. Moreover, Xiao Dao still needed to circulate divine power to resist the suppression of the gravity pearl. The consumption of divine power was even greater. After more than 100 moves, Xiao Dao was already covered in sweat, his breathing heavy. The power of his saber had already begun to weaken. Xiao Dao is in danger. Many people could see that Xiao Dao was about to lose. Once a saber practitioner went all out and couldn't kill, then what awaited was to be killed. A saber practitioner's momentum was the most terrifying, but it also weakened quickly. You're the one who lost. Lu Ming roared, his fists constantly blasting out. Clang! Clang! His unparalleled fists bombarded Xiao Dao's war saber, causing his war saber to vibrate incessantly. Xiao Dao retreated rapidly, blood seeping out of his hand. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming's attacks were even more ferocious. After a few more moves, Xiao Dao finally couldn't block Lu Ming's attacks and was bombarded by Lu Ming's fist. Xiao Dao was sent flying, a bloody hole exploding in his body. Half of his body almost exploded. He was severely injured. Chapter 3787. Although the attack power of the broken knife was strong, its defense was not as good as that of the Violet Sun Prefecture. After being hit by Lu Ming's attack, it was immediately severely injured. You've lost. Lu Ming did not continue to chase after him as he spoke coldly. Damn it. Many people roared. As for Qi Ping, who was hiding in the dark, he was even more furious as he roared. He originally wanted to torture Lu Ming, but instead, he made Lu Ming famous. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Fight, fight. There are so many geniuses in the world. Even if you defeat a few, there will be more behind you. There will definitely be stronger geniuses coming to find trouble with this brat. Qi Ping comforted himself. Xiao Dao's face was dejected. He did not continue fighting and turned into a ray of saber light as he left the place. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the surroundings like two sharp divine swords. Everyone who was swept by his gaze had a change in expression. Some did not dare to look Lu Ming in the eye. Amongst the dozens of people who came this time, Xiao Dao was one of the strongest. Although there were still a few who could compete with Xiao Dao, even Xiao Dao had been defeated. If they went up, they would probably be in danger as well. For a moment, no one accepted the challenge. They even wanted to rush forward and suppress Lu Ming together. However, it was just a thought. He really couldn't do it. What was their purpose in coming to Lu Ming? It was for the elf princess Ling Yue. It was to suppress Lu Ming in front of Ling Yue, and let Ling Yue know that Lu Ming was trash and not worthy of him. If they joined forces, then their reputation would be tarnished. From then on, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of Lu Ming. Instead, they would raise Lu Ming even more. They were sure that Ling Yue was also using the Dream Jade to watch. They were not wrong. Ling Yue was indeed using the Dream Jade to watch. On a remote planet, in an elegant courtyard, an astonishingly beautiful fairy woman was looking at something through the dreamy divine jade. This astonishingly beautiful woman was the elf princess, Ling Yue, one of the 20 pearls of the great desolate universe. The dream jade shone, projecting a picture into the air. The person in the image was Lu Ming. Beside Ling Yue, the wandering spirit who had gone to see Lu Ming before stood quietly. On the other side, there was an old elf woman. Not bad. I didn't expect Mu Yin to have such talent. Seeing that Lu Ming had defeated Broken Knife, the old elf woman exclaimed in admiration. He does have some talent, but he's too arrogant. I've already said before that it's Miss who wants to marry him, but he actually looked unwilling and made all sorts of excuses. He's arrogant and has his eyes on the top of his head. His future achievements will be limited. Yu Ling said unhappily. She still held a grudge against Lu Ming. Miss, although you have a marriage agreement with Mu Yun, that was many years ago. Moreover, Mu Yun didn't take the initiative to look for you. Why do you want to take the initiative to marry him? Then Wandering Spirit looked at Ling Yue and asked curiously. Yu Ling, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. On the side, the old elf woman glared at Yu Ling. Yu Ling didn't know, but she did. Ling Yue's father, the current elf clan leader, intended to marry Ling Yue to a peerless monster from the top 10 races, the Angel Clan, for a marriage alliance. However, Ling Yue was unwilling. Although that monster from the Angel Clan had astonishing talent and an unquestionable background, she had inquired about him. That person was too fickle and had a bad reputation. Ling Yue would never marry such a person. However, it was hard for her to refuse her father. Therefore, she thought of the fiancé she had never met before. This time, she came to the Iron Sea Star Field Group to see the fiancé she had never met before, Mu Yun. Originally, she wanted to use force to force Mu Yun to fake a marriage with her. This way, she wouldn't have to marry the genius of the Angel Clan. When she arrived, she happened to encounter the Resource Alliance. Out of curiosity, she went to take a look. Unexpectedly, when he was at the Resource Alliance, he actually saw Lu Ming and was shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. After asking around, he found out that Lu Ming's name was Mu Yun, and he came from the Fengdu sword sect. This was too much of a coincidence. Of course, this also made Ling Yue change her mind slightly. Lu Ming's talent also moved her a little. At the very least, it was better than that genius from the Angel Clan. In addition, she had another purpose, which was why she had asked Wandering Spirit to go over and say that she wanted to marry Lu Ming. However, she didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually disagree. After that, the matter would become so big that it gradually got out of her control. Just watch. I hope that this Mu Yin will bring me an even bigger surprise. Ling Yuwei's eyes flickered a few times as she smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming. Even the wandering spirit and the old woman from the elf clan were stunned. Wandering spirit was considered very beautiful. In the various races of the great desolate universe, they were all top-notch beauties. However, standing beside Ling Yuwei, they were overshadowed. Fengdu Planet, Lu Ming's residence. For a moment, no one dared to accept the challenge. I know that you guys are here because of the elf princess, but I'll say it again. I have no intention of marrying the elf princess. I already have someone in my heart. If you guys want to pursue the elf princess, you guys can pursue her yourselves. If you don't have the ability to pursue her, then what do you mean by coming here to bother me? Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Ming's words were heard by many people through the Dream Jade. Lu Ming once again rejected Ling Yue in public. This made countless geniuses envious and jealous. The elf princess took the initiative to marry him, but he actually rejected her. Many people were so envious that they were about to go crazy. If it were them, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Look, this brat is arrogant. I'm not wrong, am I? On a remote planet, Wandering Spirit was so angry that her face turned pale. She stared hatefully at Lu Ming on the screen. Interesting. The elf princess wasn't angry. She smiled lightly, but no one knew what she was thinking. This brat is so arrogant. What does he mean by this? Is he belittling us? In the universe, many geniuses roared. Lu Ming's words were blatantly belittling them. They couldn't pursue the elf princess, but Mu Yun rejected the elf princess. This was a blatant slap to their faces. This brat, I'll definitely suppress him. Arrogant just because he has a bit of strength. Just a 6th-level divine lord, what's there to be arrogant about? I can slap him to death with one hand. There was an uproar in the Dream Jade. Through the dreamy divine jade, Lu Ming could see everything clearly. However, Lu Ming was fearless. So be it, just nice to give him pressure and let him break through quickly. You guys, if you want to spar with me, it's fine too. My cultivation is at the 6th-level divine lord realm. As long as you guys are below the divine emperor realm, I'll accept it. Lu Ming continued to speak. His words directly blocked the mouths of those divine emperor realm geniuses. He made it clear that his cultivation was only at the 6th-level divine lord realm. He would accept anyone below the divine emperor realm. As for those above the divine emperor realm, you still have the nerve to come. Chapter 3788. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming was challenging all the divine lords in the universe. Quasi-emperors were actually considered within the divine lord realm. Since these people wanted to deal with him, Lu Ming was not afraid and directly issued a challenge. He could use the pressure of these people to stimulate his potential and allow him to break through faster. Moreover, taking the initiative to issue a challenge would allow him to take the initiative, making the geniuses above the divine lord realm embarrassed to make a move. Otherwise, if those above the divine lord realm were to make a move, he would not be a match at all. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. What guts is he challenging all the divine lords? Does he think that just because he defeated Xiao Dao, he is invincible among the divine lords? He doesn't know that there is always someone better. Many of the top monsters have not made a move yet. That's right, some of the top monsters of the top 100 races have not made a move, not to mention the monsters of the top 10 races. The monsters of the top 10 races usually don't make a move. Even so, the other top monsters are more than enough to kill him. The dream space was in an uproar. Among the various races in the universe, there were young monsters who were deep in thought. Interesting, this Mu Yun, I'll go and meet him. On the home planet of the heavenly silkworm race, ranked 26th on the Great Desolate 10,000 races list, a white-haired, white-browed youth in a white robe chuckled. He looked at the portrait of Mu Yun in the dream space with great interest. Ling Yue is my woman, no one can take her away. This kid dares to blaspheme my woman, he deserves to be killed. Among the top 100 races, a terrifying genius's cold voice rang out, his killing intent as cold as a blade. Let's go and take a look. It's been a long time since I exercised. Before I break through to the Divine Lord realm, I can exercise and kill a top monster to pave the way for my invincible path. One by one, the top monsters of the powerful races walked out and headed towards the Iron Sea Star field. However, Lu Ming issued another sentence in the dream space. "We will fight again in 3 years." After saying this, Lu Ming left his residence and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yes, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting now. If he were to fight now, he had no confidence at all. Through the illusory divine jade, Lu Ming learned that the broken saber was only slightly famous among the quasi-emperors of the great desolate universe in the Purple Sun province, not the strongest. As for him, when he was fighting with Xiao Dao, he had almost used his full strength. At most, there was still the battle art that hadn't been activated yet. However, the probability of activating it was only 1 in 10. If he were to encounter a quasi-emperor realm genius who was stronger than Xiao Dao and the others, he would definitely not be a match for them. Therefore, he planned to find a place to cultivate for a period of time, and increase his foundation before fighting these people again. Therefore, it was set to be 3 years later. Next, at the sight of Lu Ming's departure, the paragons could not help but curse. However, these people did not stop. Instead, they continued to head towards the Iron Sea Star region. This was because some people speculated that the elven princess Ling Yue was in the Iron Sea Star region. This was a rare opportunity. Normally, it wouldn't be that easy to meet the elven princess Ling Yue. For a time, the Iron Sea Star region became lively. One by one, the geniuses of the powerful races rushed over and appeared in this star sea. As for the 18 forces of the Iron Sea Star region, they all took action and used all their methods to befriend these geniuses. For a time, the geniuses of the Iron Sea Star region gathered. As for Lu Ming, he had already left the Iron Sea Star region. He arrived at a strange galaxy. This galaxy was known as the Gale Galaxy, because inside, the entire galaxy was surrounded by a strange wind. This wind was scorching hot and filled with destructive power, so it was called the Gale Galaxy. The gale of the Gale Galaxy was incomparably terrifying. It could destroy planets and tear apart the void. The entire Gale Galaxy was dead silent. There were no forces here. Occasionally, people would come to train and explore the unique treasures of the Gale Galaxy, the Gale Stone. Of course, Lu Ming didn't come for the Gale Stone. He came here to use the Gale to stimulate his potential and achieve a breakthrough. Since being beaten up could achieve a breakthrough, then cultivating with the terrifying Gale should also be able to stimulate one's potential. Were they all abused? Lu Ming thought helplessly. In the next moment, Lu Ming rushed in. Hoo, the Gale swept through Lu Ming's body like countless sharp blades, cutting Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the temperature was shockingly high, wanting to burn Lu Ming. However, this Gale that could destroy divine weapons didn't leave a trace on Lu Ming's body. The power is far from enough. I have to go deeper. Lu Ming pondered. The Gale Galaxy had a core. In the core area, the power of the Gale would be even stronger. Lu Ming flew in the direction where the Gale was stronger. The stronger it was, the closer it was to the core. Slowly, the power of the Gale became stronger and stronger. Here, even if a 7th or 8th layer Divine Lord entered, it would be very dangerous and would be swept away and killed by the Gale. However, it still didn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. It didn't even break the surface of his skin. Lu Ming didn't even take the initiative to defend, just relying on the defense of his body. He could only continue moving forward. The area of a galaxy was very vast. Lu Ming increased his speed, and the distance of hundreds of millions of miles was crossed in the blink of an eye. If there's actually a planet. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. In the starry sky, he saw a planet, but this planet was very small. It was hundreds of millions of times smaller than an ordinary planet. It can actually be preserved in the Gale. It's really rare. The material must be extraordinary. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred and flew toward the planet. Although it was called a planet, it was very small in size, similar to a meteorite. Endless gale swept across the planet, making clanging sounds. On the planet, there was naturally no grass, no living creatures and no mission plants. Lu Ming landed on the planet and carefully sensed it. It's all made of metal ores. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This planet was completely made of metal ores, and it was incomparably hard. It was no wonder it could be preserved in such a cruel environment. I'll eat. Qiu flew out, opened its mouth, and began to chew on the planet. With a crunch, a large piece was bitten off. Qiuqiu's speed was very fast, and it soon bit open a huge passage that led to the planet's core. The closer it was to the core, the harder it was, and the more metal it contained. Lu Ming couldn't identify what metal it was, but he could feel that this metal was no small matter. At the very least, it could be used to refine a monarch-grade divine artifact. Qiuqiu ate faster and faster. Suddenly, there was a crack, and a dark passage appeared in front of him. There was actually a passage under this planet. Lu Ming was shocked. "Who is it?" A cold shout was heard. Then, with a flash, several figures appeared. Chapter 3789. Several figures suddenly appeared in the passage. There were 3 of them, 3 middle-aged men. Each of them was wearing metal armor and wielding a metal spear. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Lu Ming and Qiuqiu. At this time, Qiuqiu was gnawing on the metal ore. After a few bites, a large hole appeared. The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed, and then they revealed a scorching light. What a powerful metal life form. It eats metal like tofu. This is definitely a high-level metal life form. The 3 middle-aged men's eyes were incomparably bright as they stared at Qiuqiu. They wished they could take Qiuqiu for themselves. After looking at Qiuqiu for a while, their gazes landed on Lu Ming. 6th-level Divine Lord? The 3 middle-aged men were startled. For a 6th-level Divine Lord to be able to reach here, he should have a treasure that can defend against the gale. "Kid, we've taken a liking to your metal life form. Leave it behind and scram." The middle-aged man in the middle berated Lu Ming. He had a scar on his face that made him look sinister and terrifying. "You've taken a liking to Qiuqiu?" Lu Ming was speechless. However, he had already discovered that these 3 middle-aged men were all quasi-emperors. Lu Ming didn't place ordinary quasi-emperors in his eyes. If they were monstrous geniuses, it was impossible for them to still be quasi-emperors at this age. "Qiuqiu, let's go." Lu Ming called out to Qiuqiu. It was naturally impossible for him to give Qiuqiu to them. But Lu Ming didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he had come to the Gale Star River to cultivate. Furthermore, from the looks of it, they should be mining this metal here. Perhaps there were even stronger people. If a powerful divine lord appeared, it would be troublesome. So Lu Ming planned to leave. "Eat, I want to eat. This place is delicious." Qiuqiu was unwilling and continued to gnaw. As for the 3 middle-aged men, they revealed sinister expressions. The middle-aged man said, "Kid, I told you to hand over the metal life form. Didn't you hear me? It seems you don't want to live anymore. Qiuqiu, we'll find other metals for you to eat later. Let's go first." Lu Ming continued to ignore him and walked towards Qiuqiu, intending to take him away. The killing intent of the 3 middle-aged men exploded. "Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The man on the left roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. His tall and sturdy body moved, and his armor clanged. The metal spear in his hand whistled through the air as it pierced towards Lu Ming. Its power was astonishing. However, no matter how powerful it was only at the quasi-emperor level. Clang. Lu Ming turned around and punched the long spear, causing the other party's long spear to vibrate. The middle-aged burly man's figure could not help but retreat continuously. What? The other 2 were shocked. Lu Ming had actually repelled the middle-aged man's attack with a single punch. For a 6th-level divine lord to be able to push back a quasi-emperor, even though the middle-aged man did not use his full strength earlier, it was still no small matter. "I was already merciful just now. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for being merciless," Lu Ming said with a cold face. "Brat, you're courting death. Big brother, second brother, attack together and kill this person." The man who was pushed back was enraged. Attack. The remaining 2 middle-aged men were very decisive and attacked at the same time. Their spears pierced through the air and shot towards Lu Ming, aiming for his heart and head respectively. The man who was pushed back also attacked, stabbing towards Lu Ming's throat. This time, the 3 middle-aged men used their full strength. "You're courting death." Lu Ming's face turned completely cold, his eyes bursting with killing intent. He had already endured and yielded time and time again. But these people wanted a yard after taking an inch. Not only did they want to take Qiu away, they also wanted to kill him. Thus he could only kill them. Buzz. A spear light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This was a spear light condensed from a secret spear technique. It was incomparably sharp and comparable to a true divine spear. Swish. 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 Lu Ming's spear trembled, and 3 spear lights burst out, stabbing towards the 3 middle-aged men. Puff. 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the 3 spear lights accurately pierced the glabella of the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 middle-aged men's eyes widened in disbelief. The 3 quasi-emperors attacked together with great coordination, and were about to kill Lu Ming. They did not expect Lu Ming to attack at such an astonishing speed, and kill them in one fell swoop. What was going on? How was this possible? They fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Their souls had been destroyed by Lu Ming just now. You're courting death. Just then, a tyrannical roar came from the depths of the passage. Then a huge aura rushed over in a frenzy. Divine Emperor. Lu Ming's expression changed. This aura was the aura of a divine emperor. Sure enough, the 3 middle-aged men were not the only ones mining here. There were even stronger people. Qiu, let's go. Lu Ming rolled up Qiu with his divine power, and quickly retreated. He did not know how many experts there were. If there were only 1 or 2 ordinary first-layer divine emperors, he would not be afraid. However, if there were stronger experts, he would be in trouble. As Lu Ming retreated, the tyrannical aura in front of him rolled over at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming was faster. After a few flashes, he left the passage and came to the surface of the planet. Boom. As soon as Lu Ming came to the surface of the planet, a terrible whistling sound came from behind him. A powerful force attacked Lu Ming. An expert, a divine emperor expert. Obviously, someone had appeared behind Lu Ming to kill him. The speed was so fast that Lu Ming did not even have time to activate the battle formula. Without thinking, he threw a punch behind him. Boom. There was a loud bang and a violent force swept in all directions. Lu Ming trembled violently and his body flew out horizontally. He only came to a stop after flying a few thousand meters away. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw the appearance of the person who attacked him. It was a middle-aged man, tall and sturdy, wearing a golden armor. He had red hair and a tyrannical chi. He was a cultivator of the first-layer divine emperor layer. When the red-haired man saw that Lu Ming had survived his attack, he was astonished. A cultivator of the 6th-layer divine emperor layer had survived his attack. He had never seen someone like that before. Swish. 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 A silhouette flickered and appeared in the passage Qiu had just left. It was an old man, also wearing a golden armor. He looked fierce and ferocious, like a pile of iron lumps. It was the same person who had chased after Lu Ming. He was also a cultivator of the 1st-layer divine emperor layer. 2 cultivators of the 1st-layer divine emperor layer surrounded Lu Ming. Swish. 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 Over 100 silhouettes appeared in different directions. All of them were wearing metal battlesuits. There were middle-aged men and old men. The weakest among them was a 9th-layer divine emperor layer. Most of them were quasi-emperors. Chapter 3790. Brat to dare kill our people, courting death. That old man who chased out from behind had a cold glint in his eyes. It was your people who wanted to kill me first. Could it be that I can't retaliate? Lu Ming said coolly. If the other party only had these people, he had no fear in the slightest. Rubbish. Those who killed our people will die. How can there be so many reasons? Kill. The iron-like old man was incomparably tyrannical. Taking a step forward, the ground he stepped on rumbled, a palm slamming down toward Lu Ming. Humph, really think that I'm afraid of you all? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, having killing intent aroused. Battle character arts 5 times combat power was already triggered, a punch rumbling out. Bang. Fist and palm intersected, erupting with a horrifying shock. Following that, 2 figures retreated at the same time. What? Everyone present opened their eyes wide, revealing looks of disbelief. Lu Ming actually blocked the old man's move. Furthermore, he even repelled the other party. How was this possible? While the iron-like old man's heart was in upheaval, almost muddle-headed. Originally, He thought that a 6th-level Divine Lord existence was just a 6th-level Divine Lord existence, an existence that he could slap into ashes with one slap. He did not expect that Lu Ming was actually unbelievably powerful. The power that Lu Ming erupted with in that move earlier was completely not weaker than his. This kind of power appearing on a 6th-level Divine Lord person was simply akin to a fantasy story. This person is a monster. Let's attack together and end the battle quickly. Exterminate this person. That red-haired burly man yelled loudly, a fiery red spear appearing in his hand. Taking a step forward, his aura berserk, pressing toward Lu Ming. As for the other 100 quasi-emperors and 9th-level Divine Lords, their figures also flickered, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle, preparing to attack together and exterminate Lu Ming. Kill! Kill! 2 Divine Emperor realm powerhouses shouted loudly, attacking at the same time. Spears pierced through the air. Palm prints traversed the void, rushing toward Lu Ming from 2 different directions. 2 Divine Emperors joining hands to deal with a 6th-level Divine Lord Jr. If this spread out, it would make others laugh their heads off. But they did not care at this moment. When adventuring in the wild, there was an unspoken rule. That was, once they encountered a terrifying monster, and they had already offended that monster, they had to kill that monster at all costs to silence him. That was because such monstrous geniuses usually came from powerful forces, and came out to train. Once one offended the other party and did not kill the other party, one would have to wait for the other party's revenge. Therefore, this was the rule of the primitive universe. Since they had already offended Lu Ming, they had to do their best to kill Lu Ming. To be able to raise such a heaven-defying monster like Lu Ming, the power behind that person must be extremely shocking. They didn't dare to let Lu Ming leave alive. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. The 60 trillion cells in his body trembled, and the forbidden power spread throughout his body. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's fists seemed to have turned into 2 planets as they smashed towards 2 different directions, colliding with the attacks of the 2 God Kings. A terrifying chi swept across the air, and huge craters appeared on the ground. One had to know that the ground there was always a strong wind blowing all year round. Only a few pieces of metal were left, and they were extremely hard. It was very difficult to mine them. Being able to create craters in the ground showed how terrifying his strength was. The 2 God Kings couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body swayed a few times and then he stopped. This little boy. The 2 God Kings were deeply astonished, and their murderous intent became even stronger. They didn't hesitate and continued attacking Lu Ming, using their most powerful skills. No matter what, they had to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming wasn't afraid. He shook his arms like a rock and started fighting against the 2 God Kings. Those 2 God Kings were the most ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. They were the weakest godly emperors, so Lu Ming didn't rush to use his gravity pearls. He just relied on his own strength to fight against them. Even though Lu Ming was at a disadvantage against the 2 God Kings, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat him. They exchanged a few dozen moves, but they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. You guys set up a battle formation and attack together, shouted the red-haired big man. He called for the others to join hands to kill Lu Ming. Over 100 strong cultivators immediately set up a battle formation and condensed a dazzling spear, which then shot towards Lu Ming. The battle formation of so many strong cultivators was extremely powerful. The spear they condensed was even more powerful than the red-haired big man and the old man. Lu Ming was fearless. He threw a punch at the long spear, and was sent flying by the powerful force of the long spear. The elder from the Iron Tower immediately seized the opportunity and struck Lu Ming's chest with his palm. That punch could easily destroy a planet, but when it landed on Lu Ming's body, it didn't destroy Lu Ming. It only made Lu Ming's chest cave in, and a few of his bones were broken. He's injured, let's take him down in one go. The old man roared. His murderous intent surged as he charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. The palm force was like a toppling mountain and overturning sea. Xiaoqin used every bit of strength in his body. Lu Ming was too terrifying. Not only was he astonishingly strong, but his vitality and defense were monstrously strong as well. He hadn't died even after taking a direct hit from the old man. Come. Lu Ming's battle intent was even stronger. He activated the forbidden area, and his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. This time, he began to activate the gravity pearls. The 2 gravity pearls flew up into the sky, and a terrifying gravitational force came crashing down, enveloping everyone within. Immediately, screams of agony could be heard. The power of the gravity pearls was terrifying. Even divine emperors would be greatly affected. They had to circulate their divine power to resist it, let alone divine lords. Those 9th-layer divine lords couldn't resist the gravitational force of the gravity pearls. They screamed as they were pressed down by the gravitational force. Their bodies crashed heavily onto the ground, and were crushed into meat paste. They died on the spot. Those quasi-emperors weren't any better. They couldn't stabilize their bodies and crashed onto the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and many of their bones were broken. Then the spatial crack engulfed these people. They were turned into ashes by the strong wind. Of the hundreds of quasi-emperors and 9th-layer divine lords, only 5 were left. These 5 were considered strong among the quasi-emperors. They barely managed to survive, but they were severely injured. Not good. The old man and the red-haired man's faces changed drastically. Even they were greatly affected by it. "Now you're the one who's going to die," Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the old man. He punched out hundreds of times in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of punches blasted towards the old man. The old man roared and tried his best to resist. However, he had consumed a lot of divine power, while resisting the gravitational force. He couldn't stop Lu Ming anymore. Chapter 3791. The old man used all his strength, but he couldn't stop Lu Ming's attacks. He only managed to block a few dozen of Lu Ming's punches. The rest of the punches landed on his body, face and head. Boom. Even if the old man was a real lump of iron, he could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. He was like a balloon. With a bang, he exploded and his body and soul perished. A godly emperor had been killed by Lu Ming. It was normal. The combat power of the Xiang province was enough to kill a bottom-level divine emperor. Lu Ming's current combat power was already above that of the Xiang province. It was normal for him to suddenly activate the gravity pearl and kill the metallic old man. The red-haired man was so scared that his pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming wouldn't let him go so easily. He chased after him. "Watch out! Left side!" At that moment, Gumo's voice resonated in Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming didn't even think, and threw a punch to the left. Boom! Lu Ming sensed that a spear had collided with his fist. Then a terrifying strength moved towards Lu Ming. Gotcha! Lu Ming's fist was pierced through. His bones were broken and he was pushed back. However, the sharp force was still charging toward Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly fast and powerful. It was way more powerful than the red-haired burly man and the old man with the lump of metal. At that moment, Lu Ming saw the enemy's face. It was an old man with white hair and a sharp face. His eyes were filled with murder. Second godly emperor layer. His chi was definitely that of the second godly emperor layer. As expected, the enemy was stronger than him. Lu Ming couldn't compete with such a strong cultivator. However, Lu Ming still had some trump cards. Qiu. With a thought, Lu Ming caused Qiu to squirm and transform into a suit of armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. At the same time, Qiu transformed into a sword in Lu Ming's hand. Clang! Lu Ming exerted all his strength and slashed at the opponent's spear. Boom! With a deafening boom, Lu Ming's figure retreated explosively. However, this time he managed to block the other party's attack, causing the other party's figure to stop. Qiu was already on the verge of breaking through to the godly emperor realm. He was very strong and could kill godly emperors on his own. With Lu Ming's help, his battle prowess skyrocketed. What a powerful metallic life form. The all-faced elder stared fervently at Lu Ming and Qiu, who was on his body, with a look of greed. With this metallic life form, our iron chain pirates will be like a tiger that has grown wings when it comes to excavating metallic materials. Haha. The all-faced old man laughed loudly. So you're from the interstellar pirates. Lu Ming's heart shook. He smiled coldly and said, "Old man, do you really think you can defeat me?" Little boy, I know you're a genius from a powerful group. You have incredible battle prowess, but we're not afraid. We have so many people. Do you think we can't kill you? The all-faced old man smiled coldly. Unknowingly, more people appeared around them. Some of them were quasi-emperors and godly emperors of the 9th layer, but they didn't dare get close. They stood far away from the gravity pearl. However, there were 5 people around Lu Ming, including the red-haired big man. The red-haired big man, the all-faced old man, and the other 3 people were all godly emperors. However, Lu Ming sensed that they were all at the 1st layer of the godly emperor realm. Only the all-faced old man was at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm, 1 at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm, and 4 at the 1st layer of the godly emperor realm. Indeed, it was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming looked calm and said, "Do you have more people? Come out together, otherwise, you won't be able to kill me." Shameless boasting. Attack. The all-faced old man didn't waste any more time. His silhouette flickered and he raised his spear, aiming it at Lu Ming's forehead. The other 4 divine emperors also charged toward Lu Ming, unleashing their killer moves. Come. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he communicated with Qiu. Then Qiu's body also changed. The sword in his hand quickly turned into a silver spear. That spear looked exactly like the silver spear he had obtained in the capital of Tianyu Divine Country. After Qiu refined it, he could turn it into a silver spear. That silver spear was no small matter. Back then, many godly emperors had fought over it. After Qiu refined it, Lu Ming hadn't tested the power of Qiu's spear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lu Ming's arm shook and 5 beams of spear gleams burst forth. The 5 spear lights were silvery white and looked like moonlight. One of the spear lights was the strongest, and it moved towards the all-faced old man. The other 4 spear lights were a bit weaker, and they moved towards the other 4 godly emperors. Dong. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the strongest moonlight spear glow collided with the spear of the old man, resulting in a shocking explosion. From afar, it looked like a moon had exploded, and the entire sky was filled with pure white moonlight. In the moonlight, a silhouette was pushed back a dozen steps. It was the all-faced old man. A cultivator of the 2nd godly emperor layer had been pushed back. At the same time, Lu Ming was also pushed back. A moment later, the 4 weaker spear lights collided with the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. The 4 godly emperors coughed up blood and were pushed back. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The moonlight didn't come from him. It was the silver spear's own strength. After Qiu had refined it, it had been released naturally. With Lu Ming's strength, he had pushed the all-faced old man back and injured the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. Lu Ming hadn't expected that. Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. This time he didn't attack the all-faced old man. He attacked the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. This time, he used all his strength to attack the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. How dare you! Shouted the all-faced old man furiously. He threw himself at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming didn't care about his attacks. He wanted to take the all-faced old man's attacks head-on. The 4 moonlight lights were dazzling and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. The 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer were oppressed by the gravity pearls. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't. Boom boom, boom boom. After 4 explosions, the 4 godly emperors were seriously injured. They coughed up blood and a hole appeared in their bodies. At the same time, the all-faced old man's attacks also landed on Lu Ming. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Qiu's armor was extremely strong. It kept resisting the all-faced old man's attacks. But in the end it was still broken, but its power was reduced by half. Slash. The remaining power also pierced through Lu Ming's body, creating a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. Lu Ming's body was sent flying forward by the blast. Chapter 3792. Lu Ming's body was pierced by the spear, and he was sent flying. However, because Qiu had blocked most of the attack, Lu Ming was able to block the attack in the end. He wasn't seriously injured. That attack could kill ordinary cultivators of the 1st godly emperor layer, But it didn't kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming made use of this force and dashed toward the 4 experts of the First God Emperor realm at an even faster speed. Not good. Retreat. All of you retreat. The all-faced old man roared. The expressions of the other 4 also changed drastically. The 4 cultivators of the First Godly Emperor layer had been severely injured by Lu Ming's attack. Their chi was weak, and they couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. They tried their best to retreat, but they were too slow. Swish, 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 swish. The silver spear shook and 4 moonlight spear lights shot towards the 4 cultivators of the First Godly Emperor layer. This time, the 4 cultivators of the First Godly Emperor layer couldn't dodge the attack. Puff, 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 puff. The 4 cultivators of the First Godly Emperor layer were pierced through by the moonlight spear. Their souls were destroyed. For God Emperors had fallen. Ah, little bastard, I'm going to make you beg for death. The all-faced old man roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. These 4 were his strongest subordinates. Including the God King from before, he had 5 God Kings. All of them were killed by Lu Ming. If he wanted to expand to such a scale in the future, he didn't know how much resources and effort it would take. His heart was dripping blood as he roared. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. The all-faced old man's divine power burned like flames. The spear in his hand was billions of miles long. It pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Even the strong winds in the void were shaken away. Wherever the spear passed, a calm void appeared. Come on! In Lu Ming's eyes, a strong fighting spirit appeared. His body, which had been pierced by the all-faced old man, had already recovered by more than half. It did not affect his strength at all. Lu Ming held the silver spear in his hand and charged towards the all-faced elder. The silver spear was suffused with strands of lightning, adding to the power of the silver spear. This was another of Qiuqiu's abilities. As his cultivation increased, so did its power. Clang! The silver spear and the long spear collided accurately. Rings of energy ripples burst out from the collision, sweeping across the starry sky and stirring up the surrounding strong winds. Wang! The silver spear and the long spear vibrated violently, and the 2 figures retreated at the same time. However, before they could retreat far, the 2 of them stepped into the void. The void was like flat ground, exploding from their stomps. The 2 of them borrowed the force of the explosion to charge at each other at an even more astonishing speed, continuing to fight. A silver spear and a metal-long spear collided continuously. The 2 of them circulated their strength to the extreme. However, now that Lu Ming had gathered all his strength, and with the help of the gravity orb his overall combat strength had vaguely surpassed that of the all-faced elder. The more the all-faced elder fought, the more afraid he became. Lu Ming's strength was too astonishing. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu's combat strength was actually on par with his, and even surpassed his. This was really unbelievable, but it was the truth. Clang! The 2 of them exchanged another blow. At this moment, Lu Ming's left hand suddenly slapped out. In this slap, Lu Ming released all the various secret techniques contained in his cells. There were vines, chains, ropes, ceiling towers, and so on to trap the enemy. There were even more offensive techniques, such as the roar of the 9-clawed dragon, the clashing of swords and sabers, all kinds of fire and hail, and so on. Hundreds of secret techniques surged towards the all-faced elder at the same time. The all-faced elder was stunned and stunned. He had never seen or heard of anyone who could use hundreds of secret techniques in one move. What was going on? Naturally, he did not know that this was the effect of the taboo body. In fact, many people in the universe had heard of the taboo place, but there were very few who truly knew what was special about the taboo body, and what was so heaven-defying about it. Only a few of the top bosses in the universe knew a little about it. Most people had only heard of the term taboo body, but they did not know the effects of the taboo body at all. With the all-faced elder's status, it was naturally impossible for him to know. That was why he was so stunned. While he was stunned, he was shrouded by the dense array of secret techniques. Not good. At this moment, the all-faced elder finally reacted. His expression changed drastically, and he unleashed all his strength. The spear swept across the army, and all kinds of secret techniques were destroyed. However, how could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? The silver spear pierced towards the all-faced elder's forehead with all his strength. The terrifying murderous aura caused the all-faced elder to have goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill in his heart, and he felt the threat of death. Caw. At this critical moment, the all-faced elder let out a strange cry, and his body turned into a strange bird. The strange bird's body was small, and it suddenly darted forward, avoiding the vital parts of his body, and the silver spear pierced his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and feathers swirled in the air. The all-faced elder screamed, but he was not killed. He went all out, and divine power burned all over his body. Like a javelin, he rushed forward, and with a whoosh he flew a few thousand miles away. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped into the void and chased after the all-faced elder. The all-faced elder was frightened out of his wits. He burned his divine power with all his might, not daring to stay any longer. He broke through the strong wind and flew toward the universe at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming could not catch up with him for a while. Run! Originally, there were many of the all-faced elder's subordinates in all directions, and they were all below the divine emperor level. At this moment, when they saw that 5 divine emperors had been killed, and even their leader, the all-faced elder, had been severely injured and was running for his life, they did not dare to stay. They all ran away frantically. Everybody dispersed in an uproar. Lu Ming didn't feel like paying attention to those small fries. He focused on chasing the all-faced elder. But the all-faced elder was really going all out. He flapped his wings, and his speed was incredible. After all, he was a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. Even though Lu Ming was relying on Qiuqiu's silver spear, he wasn't any weaker than the all-faced elder. However, in terms of speed, Qiuqiu couldn't help him much. He could only rely on his own speed to catch up with the all-faced elder. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. Forget it. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming realized he couldn't catch up, so he stopped. Eat. I want to eat. As soon as it stopped, Qiuqiu cried out again. You're really greedy. Go and eat. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the metal planet. This time nobody stopped him, and Qiuqiu ate to his heart's content. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was outside the planet. He made use of the strong winds to train himself, stimulate his potential, and focus on cultivation. Chapter 3793. Qiuqiu swallowed the metal at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming could only watch as the planet shrank in size. Of course, this was because the planet was small to begin with, just like a meteorite. In just half a month, the entire planet had been swallowed by Qiuqiu, leaving nothing behind. After swallowing the entire planet, Qiuqiu's body emitted a metallic luster as it floated in the air, motionless. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Qiuqiu was about to evolve. Originally, Qiuqiu had been close to evolving after eating some purple moon godly metal and purple moon mother steel. It only needed a little more time to completely refine the energy of the purple moon mother steel. Then it would definitely evolve and break through to the divine emperor realm. But now, after swallowing the entire strange metal planet, Qiuqiu immediately began to evolve. That was because its accumulation was just too strong, so strong that it was about to overflow. This guy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He couldn't evolve here because the gale here was too weak. His cultivation speed was very slow. Lu Ming wanted to continue towards the center of the Gale Star River. Lu Ming took out a chain-shaped divine tool and wrapped it around Qiuqiu, pulling it towards the depths of the Gale Star River. There were no other abnormalities along the way. In truth, there weren't many people who ventured into the Gale Star River to search for treasures because it was too dangerous. Half a month later, Lu Ming brought Qiuqiu and flew for an unknown distance. They were already very close to the center of the Gale Star River. The gale here was shockingly strong. When it hit Lu Ming's skin was directly cut open, leaving wounds on Lu Ming's body. And this was the result of Lu Ming resisting with all his strength. From this, it could be seen how powerful the gale here was. Even a quasi-emperor would be turned to ashes in an instant. Only experts above the divine emperor realm could stay here. Let's do it here. Lu Ming stopped and put Qiuqiu to the side. The gale blew against Qiuqiu, making clanging sounds, but it didn't affect Qiuqiu in the slightest. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air. Borrowing the power of the strong winds, He stimulated his potential and quietly cultivated. The power of the gale made Lu Ming feel threatened at all times. Of course, this also made it easier to stimulate his potential. The potential stored in all the cells in his body was slowly being stimulated. His body was slowly transforming. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the Gale Galaxy for a year and a half. On this day, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword as his aura soared into the sky. Whoosh! Lu Ming suddenly rushed up and punched out with both fists. The void shook violently, and an endless gale was driven by the fist energy, sweeping in all directions like a hurricane. In the next moment, Lu Ming stopped. His aura also went into hiding. 7th level Divine Monarch. Entering for a year and a half, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through, breaking through from level 6 Divine Lord to level 7 Divine Lord. His combat power skyrocketed. This speed was already very astonishing. Of course, Lu Ming's current cultivation was extraordinary. As long as there was enough energy and enough pressure on him, his cultivation could continuously increase. Qiuqiu's aura is also much stronger. It's probably going to complete its evolution soon too. Lu Ming looked at Qiuqiu, revealing a look of anticipation. Compared to more than a year ago, Qiuqiu's size had become much larger. Its aura was also much stronger, showing signs of rushing out. Lu Ming knew that Qiuqiu was also about to complete its evolution. Now was not the time to move. Lu Ming originally wanted to bring Qiuqiu and continue deeper into the Gale Galaxy, because as his cultivation broke through, the Gale here no longer pressured him enough. He needed to find stronger Gale to stimulate his potential. But now, he could only wait for Qiuqiu to evolve before moving forward. Let's refine the gravity pearl first. Lu Ming's heart stirred. After breaking through to the 7th level Divine Lord realm, could he refine one more gravity pearl? Every additional gravity pearl, once activated, would cause the gravity to skyrocket. It would also be of great help to Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming began to blood bond with the 3rd gravity pearl. It really works. A few days later, Lu Ming felt that it was indeed possible. Lu Ming continued to work hard. After a few more days, Lu Ming succeeded in blood bonding. Buzz buzz buzz. Lu Ming activated the gravity pearls. 3 gravity pearls flew high into the sky. A powerful gravity erupted. Under the terrifying gravity, space constantly distorted as if it could not withstand it. The powerful gale was also greatly affected. Under the effect of gravity, its speed became extremely slow. What a powerful gravity! Compared to when I had 2 gravity pearls, the gravity has increased by 10 times. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Sure enough, every time he refined an additional gravity orb, the gravity would be 10 times stronger than before. Now with 3 gravity pearls at the same time, the gravity was terrifying. Ordinary emperors would definitely die under the pressure. Even cultivators of the first godly emperor layer would be injured under the pressure of the gravity pearls. Before, when he used 2 gravity pearls at the same time, he could affect cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Now, with 3 gravity pearls at the same time, a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer would be seriously injured. With the 3 gravity pearls, Lu Ming's combat ability had increased by a huge margin. It was much more powerful than before. At that moment, Lu Ming could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Even if he encountered cultivators of the second godly desolate layer like the old man, he could still fight against them. If he cooperated with Qiuqiu, killing them wouldn't be difficult. Of course, that was only before Qiuqiu had broken through. After that, there was no need to talk about it. I wonder if I can refine 4 gravity pearls? Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. He looked at the 4th gravity pearl. With each additional gravity pearl, the gravity was 10 times stronger. If he could refine the 4th one, how terrifying would the gravity be? He could easily kill a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. However, when Lu Ming tried to refine the 4th gravity pearl, it felt like a gigantic planet was in front of him. He couldn't move it at all, not to mention refining it. Lu Ming had the feeling that even if he broke through to the 8th godly emperor layer, he wouldn't be able to refine the 4th gravity pearl. Lu Ming had no choice but to give up on that idea. Boom. At that instant, A terrifying aura burst out from the crowd. It came from Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was about to break through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At that moment, Qiuqiu's qi was terrifying. His body kept moving. Sometimes he turned into a sword, sometimes he turned into a saber, sometimes he turned into a silver spear. They were all the treasures Qiuqiu had absorbed. As time passed, Qiuqiu's qi became stronger and stronger. In the end, it seemed like it had broken through a certain threshold. A terrifying oppressive energy exploded. Imperial-level oppressive energy. Qiuqiu had broken through to the godly emperor layer. He now had the strength of the first godly emperor layer. Chapter 3794. Qiuqiu's cultivation had reached the first layer of the godly emperor realm. However, Qiuqiu's qi didn't stop there. It continued to rise. Can it continue to break through? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Qiuqiu had broken through several levels at once. But that was when its cultivation was still low, and its accumulation was too strong. But could it continue to rise in the godly emperor realm? Lu Ming knew that Qiuqiu's accumulation this time was also very strong. The purple moon mother steel was enough for it to break through, and then it had swallowed an entire planet. How strong was its energy? It was unimaginable. Even if it could continue to break through, it wasn't impossible. Lu Ming waited patiently. Qiuqiu's qi grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Qiuqiu's qi had reached its peak. Boom! Qiuqiu's qi suddenly rose by another level. Second layer of the godly emperor realm. Qiuqiu had really broken through to the second layer of the godly emperor realm. After reaching the second layer of the godly emperor realm, Qiuqiu's qi finally stabilized. After a while, the balloon's qi disappeared and it flew happily toward Lu Ming. Qiuqiu, you're amazing. You've reached the second layer of the godly emperor realm. Lu Ming pretended to be envious. In fact, he really was envious. He had broken through quickly enough, but Qiuqiu was even more heaven-defying. As long as it had good treasures, its cultivation would soar like a rocket. It was much faster than him. Qiuqiu had reached the second layer of the godly emperor realm, so he didn't know how strong it was. In any case, Lu Ming couldn't defeat it even if he used all his tricks. It would be a great help to Lu Ming. Let's go. Let's keep going. Lu Ming said to Qiuqiu. He had made a promise of 3 years to the various geniuses. There was still more than a year left. He wanted to use this time to increase his cultivation and see if he could break through to the 8th layer of the godly emperor realm. Of course, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to break through. It was almost impossible to break through to the 8th layer of the godly emperor realm in a year. But it was better to improve a little, right? Qiuqiu turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. The two of them flew together. This place was already close to the center of the Gale Galaxy. As the two of them went deeper, the power of the Gale grew stronger. However, it still hadn't met Lu Ming's requirements. Lu Ming wanted to go deeper. Swoosh! At this moment, 2 beams of divine light came from the other side and flew toward the center of the Gale Galaxy. They were 2 middle-aged men. Both of them were wearing fiery red armor. The armor was sparkling, blocking the strong wind outside. A cultivator of the second godly emperor layer, and a cultivator of the first. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he sensed their cultivation bases. The 2 middle-aged men also saw Lu Ming, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. A 7th-level Divine Lord person is actually able to walk until here too. It's truly a miracle. He probably has treasures on him, right? Don't be a busybody. The Zephyr Palace is about to be broken. Let's get down to business first. The two of them exchanged a few words in secret. Then, they did not linger and quickly left. However, Lu Ming's ears were extremely sharp, especially since he had cultivated the celestial hearing ability. He heard their conversation clearly. Zephyr Palace? What's that? Could it be some kind of historical remnant of the Gale Galaxy? Lu Ming's mind raced. In the end, he decided to follow them. Lu Ming restrained his aura and flew behind the 2 middle-aged men. 2 hours later, Lu Ming saw 2 other groups of people flying in the same direction. Obviously, they were also heading for the Zephyr Palace. Suddenly Lu Ming saw a huge object suspended in the starry sky in front of him. This huge object was completely made of stone. From afar, it looked like a stone palace. However, the appearance of this stone palace was extremely different from that of the outside world. It looked like a palace, but there was no entrance or exit. There were no doors or windows. It looked like a huge circular fortress. There were many people around the fortress. At a glance, there were dozens of people. There was no doubt that these people were all divine emperors. Boom! Suddenly, a great battle broke out on one side of the fortress. Divine light filled the sky, and at the same time, angry roars were heard. We found the weak point of the Zephyr Palace, and we also spent a lot of effort to break it. You want to take advantage of us? No way. Someone shouted. Haha, the Zephyr Palace is not yours. It's a public area. Anyone who sees it has a share. Who can you blame for breaking the fortress? Someone responded coldly. Shameless. The people from before roared and the battle became more intense. However, after a while the battle stopped. Because many people had surrounded them. Those who were fighting were obviously afraid of being taken advantage of, and did not dare to continue fighting. Since everyone has found it, it's impossible for the Xin Yuan pirate group to monopolize it. The news was leaked because there was a traitor in the Xin Yuan pirate group. This is your own business. Since we're all here, we can't go back empty-handed. How about this? The Xin Yuan pirate group has not completely broken the Zephyr Palace. Next, we'll work together to break the Zephyr Palace. We'll talk about the treasures inside with our strength. Everyone talked at once and came up with a plan. The people of the Xin Yuan pirate group looked extremely gloomy, but they knew that since so many experts had come, it was impossible for them to monopolize it with their strength alone. They could only follow the plan. So they're all from the interstellar pirates. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It made sense. The Zephyr Galaxy was located in a relatively remote area without any powerful forces around. It was an area where the interstellar pirates could easily survive and operate. It was normal for this place to attract many interstellar pirates. Lu Ming had a few thoughts in his mind as he approached slowly. As soon as Lu Ming approached, pairs of eyes immediately looked at Lu Ming. Hey, it's a Divine Lord kid. It's rare for a Divine Lord to be able to come here. He probably has a treasure that can withstand the Zephyr Palace. Many people were curious. Of course, there were also people who shouted, Kid, what are you doing here as a Divine Lord? Why don't you get lost? Isn't there a share here? Why can't I be here? Lu Ming replied, Ha ha ha, everyone has a share. It also requires strength and qualifications. You're just a Divine Lord kid. What strength do you have? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't get lost, you'll stay here forever. It was the same person, a burly man with a scar on his face, who stared coldly at Lu Ming. Oh, is that so? In that case, you're not qualified to be here at all. Why don't you get lost? Lu Ming scolded lightly. This burly man with a scar was merely a first-level Divine Lord. Lu Ming did not care about a first-level Divine Lord from an interstellar pirate group. Chapter 3795. Lu Ming's words made the others stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to a first-level Divine Lord expert like this. Was he courting death? The scar-faced man's eyes burst with icy killing intent. Lu Ming's words were clearly looking down on him. He was clearly trash and had no qualifications to be here. Preposterous. Kid, listening to your words, do you think that you're stronger than me? The scar-faced man approached Lu Ming and said with a cold smile. You can say that. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Ha 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 ha. A burst of loud laughter came from the scene. Everyone at the scene laughed heartily, looking at Lu Ming as if he was a fool. Lu Ming, a 7th-level Divine Lord brat, actually said that he was stronger than the scar-faced man? Did he know how strong Divine Emperors were? How terrifying. Most likely he completely did not know how terrifying Divine Emperors were. The gap between a 7th-level Divine Lord and a 1st-level Divine Lord was even greater than some chasm. Such a laughable thing could even be said. Shouldn't they laugh? Of course they should laugh. Especially the scar-faced man. He even laughed until tears came out. I even thought that you were some heavenly pride. Turns out that you're a fool. Fool, Grandpa will send you on your way now. The scar-faced man shouted coldly, a blade chopping towards Lu Ming's head, wanting to behead Lu Ming in one move. The blade light was quick, arriving above Lu Ming's head in a twinkle. Lu Ming's expression did not change in the slightest, a fist slamming out. He had long triggered the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 5 times. With a punch slamming out, the void exploded. Terrifying gales were driven by the fist force, condensing together, becoming a part of the fist force. Clang! Lu Ming's fist slammed into the Scarface man's battle blade. The battle blade trembled crazily, then with a bang it exploded. The berserk fist force did not stop, continuing to rumble towards the Scar-faced man. The Scar-faced man could no longer laugh. The smile on his face froze, replaced by astonishment. At the critical moment, he let out a roar and retreated madly. Both of his hands blasted forward, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. However, a cracking sound could be heard as the sound of bones breaking rang out. His arms had been broken by Lu Ming, and his body was sent flying back. He slammed into the stone fortress, causing it to shake violently. Nothing happened to the fortress, but the scarred man spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, and his aura was weak. He had suffered heavy injuries. The scene was silent. Everyone's smiles disappeared, and were replaced with astonishment and disbelief. The knife-scarred man had actually been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so easily by Lu Ming in one move. There was no way to block it at all. It was a complete suppression. Was this still the cultivation of a 7th-level Divine Lord? Everyone stared blankly at Lu Ming. They finally understood what Lu Ming's words meant. Lu Ming had said that the knife-scarred man wasn't qualified, but he was. He was indeed qualified. The knife-scarred man had said that Lu Ming wasn't qualified. That was a complete joke. Lu Ming had used his strength to prove that point. Now, do I have the qualifications? Lu Ming looked like he was talking to the knife-scarred man, but he was actually talking to the others. Yes, you are. The knife-scarred man coughed up blood and nodded. He was really scared to death. His heart was filled with fear. In the previous move, Lu Ming's ability was not something that he could resist. He knew he had really kicked an iron plate. How strong! A 7th-level Divine Lord is already that strong. I've never seen anyone like that before. You're qualified, said some people. Some people's eyes were glittering as they stared at Lu Ming. It was unknown what they were thinking. There weren't only cultivators of the first godly emperor layer there. There were even stronger cultivators. They were all pirates. Even though they were shocked by Lu Ming's talent, they weren't afraid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could defeat cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, but could he defeat cultivators of the second godly emperor layer? They didn't believe it. But Lu Ming was already qualified to compete with them for the treasures. Let's discuss how to break the Zephyr Temple, suggested someone. The Zephyr Temple is covered by a strange stone. With our strength, we can't break it. But no matter how hard something is, it has a weakness. The Xian Yuan pirate group found the weakness and broke through 80% of it. As for the remaining 20%, if we join hands, we'll be able to break it quickly, said a silver-haired old man. That silver-haired old man had some prestige among the pirates. He was obviously very strong. Commander Ian is right. Let's do that. I have no objection, said the others. Only the Xian Yuan pirate group pulled a long face. But in front of so many strong cultivators, they had no choice but to agree. After they finished discussing, they moved towards the weak point. In another direction, Lu Ming saw a gigantic hole in the wall. There were cracks on the sides of the hole. Looking through the hole, Lu Ming saw that there was still a wall inside. The wall was surprisingly thick, at least 10,000 meters thick. They had already broken through 8,000 meters, there were still 2,000 meters left. Attack! Shouted the silver-haired old man. He took the initiative to attack. He raised his finger, and a silver finger appeared. It looked like it was made of silver. It moved towards the remaining 2,000 meters of the wall. That's the strength of the third godly emperor layer. No, it's even stronger. When the silver-haired old man attacked, Lu Ming was astonished. The silver-haired old man's strength was unfathomable. His godly strength was incredible. Lu Ming was astonished. He was much, much stronger than the old man who had broken through to the second godly emperor layer. He probably had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. As expected, there were terrifying cultivators among those people. Attack! The others also attacked at the same time, unleashing all sorts of attacks that slammed into the remaining 2,000-meter thick wall. Boom boom boom. The wall kept exploding and shaking. Pieces of broken stone started falling down. That was because this was the weak point. If it had been any other wall, they wouldn't have been able to break it. However, the remaining 2,000 meters of the wall wasn't that easy to break. They kept attacking for half an hour, and then they stopped. Attacking continuously consumed a lot of godly strength. Besides, the people there all had their own plans. They didn't want to exhaust their godly strength. When they had used half of their godly strength, they had to stop and recover. Everyone silently took out pills that could replenish their divine power and consume them to recover. After a few hours, they had rested enough and started attacking again. Just like that, a few days later, there were only 100 meters left of the 2,000-meter stone wall. Soon it would be broken through. At that moment, they heard some whistling sounds in the distance. A dozen silhouettes flew over. Everyone's movements involuntarily stopped. It's you. Some people's eyes twinkled as they recognized those people. They were famous pirates. Chapter 3796. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. Among the dozen people who had arrived, Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the old man with the conical face who had escaped before. The old man with the conical face had also noticed Lu Ming. He was fixedly staring at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intentions. Little boy, I didn't think that you would be here. Very good, very good. The old man with the conical face was staring at Lu Ming. His voice was ice cold. Everybody could hear that his voice was filled with murderous intentions. Tai Xiong, that little boy killed 5 godly emperors from the Iron Chain pirates? The old man with the conical face was called Tai Xiong. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a long face. Indeed, that little bastard. Even though his cultivation level is not high, he is extremely strong. He can fight against cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Don't be careless, warned Tai Xiong. His voice was filled with hatred. The people around Lu Ming weren't surprised. They just glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated the scar-faced man in one move. He had already shown how strong he was. It was normal for him to be able to kill 5 strong cultivators of the Iron Chain pirates. Hehe, interesting. Tai Xiong, what you said before, you have to keep your word, said the middle-aged man. I will keep my word. I swear on my life essence, said Tai Xiong. All right, nodded the middle-aged man. He glanced at the crowd and said, Everybody, we have a grudge against this little boy. Who is his friend? I don't know him. I have nothing to do with you. The people around Lu Ming burst into laughter and moved away from Lu Ming. They didn't know Lu Ming. Of course, they wouldn't help Lu Ming. They hoped that Lu Ming and Tai Xiong would fight to the death so that they would have fewer competitors. These people retreated silently. Lu Ming was the only one left in the spacious space. Those people stopped attacking the stone wall for the time being. They looked like they were watching a good show. Very good. The horse-faced middle-aged man, Tai Xiong, revealed a sinister smile. In the next moment, figures flickered as Tai Xiong, the horse-faced middle-aged man, and the others surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful auras as heavy as a mountain pressed down on Lu Ming. 3 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer, and 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. No wonder they're so confident. Lu Ming smiled faintly in his heart. The other party did not try to hide anything. He could easily sense the cultivation levels of these people. Since they knew Lu Ming was strong enough to defeat Tai Xiong, they were confident that they could kill Lu Ming because there were 3 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. After all, Lu Ming had barely defeated Tai Xiong. He was only a little bit stronger than Tai Xiong. They had 3 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer, so killing Lu Ming was more than enough. Besides, there were 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. They never thought that Lu Ming's battle prowess had already skyrocketed. It was not easy to increase one's battle prowess and cultivation level after reaching the godly emperor layer. It had been hundreds of millions of years. How long had it been? It had only been a year. How could he have broken through in such a short period of time? Little boy, I won't let you die so easily. I will seal your cultivation level and put you in the wind. I will make you suffer the pain of the wind cutting your body. Tai Xiong's face was extremely ferocious, and there was a hint of excitement. It was as if he had already seen Lu Ming's miserable state of being sliced by the strong wind. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Do you know that? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then with a sudden movement, he charged toward Tai Xiong. Boom! Boom! As soon as he rushed out, Lu Ming threw out a few hundred punches. The terrifying fist force gathered together like a stormy sea, blasting towards Tai Xiong. However, Tai Xiong was already prepared. His metal spear pierced through the air and collided with Lu Ming's fist strength. However, as soon as they started fighting, Tai Xiong's expression changed. You broke through to the godly emperor layer, shouted Tai Xiong furiously. Die, die. At the same time, the horse-faced man and the others also attacked. 2 cultivators of the second godly emperor layer and 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer attacked Lu Ming from all directions. So many strong cultivators joining hands was terrifying. Any other cultivator of the second godly emperor layer would have been seriously injured. Lu Ming obviously wouldn't underestimate them. He released forbidden strength into the gravity pearls. Bzz, bzz, bzz. The 3 gravity pearls lit up and rose up in the air. Then, a terrifying gravity surrounded the horse-faced man, Tai Xiong and the others. 3 gravity pearls appeared at the same time. The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer were affected the most. Their faces changed drastically, and their bodies emitted cracking sounds. Their bones were broken under the pressure of the gravity pearls. At the same time, their muscles, blood, internal organs, and even their souls were affected. When the gravity reached a certain level, even the smallest particles could be affected. The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor realm were severely injured in an instant. Their secret skills were on the verge of collapsing under the pressure of gravity. Before they could reach Lu Ming, their attacks dissipated. The horse-faced man, Tai Xiong and the others of the second godly emperor layer were in a much better situation, but they were also affected. Their attacks became weaker and Lu Ming easily blocked them. Die! Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack Tai Xiong. His attacks were like a tide. Shit, the gravity is so strong. Tai Xiong's expression was extremely ugly. He waved his long spear with all his might and fought with Lu Ming. In a flash, they exchanged more than 10 attacks. Lu Ming actually faintly gained the upper hand and forced Tai Xiong to retreat. The last time Lu Ming fought with Tai Xiong, Lu Ming still needed to rely on Qiu Qiu to transform into a silver spear to fight with Tai Xiong and defeat him in the end. But in this battle, Lu Ming no longer needed to rely on Qiu Qiu to fight with Tai Xiong, and even gain the upper hand. Retreat, let's retreat. Tai Xiong roared. He thought of Lu Ming's metal life form. Lu Ming's metal life form had not been used yet, but it was already so strong. If it was used, how strong would it be? He was a little scared. Retreat for what? He is strong, but if we join hands, we can kill him, shouted the horse-faced man. He held 2 sabers in his hands and slashed out with all his strength, cutting through the gravity and slashing towards Lu Ming. The fighting strength that Lu Ming displayed was similar to what Tai Xiong had described before. If the 3 of them joined hands, they would be able to defeat or even kill Lu Ming. No, he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Tai Xiong shouted frantically, extremely anxious. After exchanging a move with Lu Ming, he wanted to retreat. This time, Lu Ming had exceeded his expectations. He did not expect that in just over a year, Lu Ming's fighting strength would increase explosively again. He knew that if they joined hands, they would no longer be a match for Lu Ming. It's too late to leave now, Lu Ming said coldly. Then the ball on his wrist wriggled and turned into a silver spear. Chapter 3797. On Lu Ming's wrist, Qiu Qiu turned into a silver spear and was held in Lu Ming's hand. Whoosh! A moonlight spear light burst out. It was incomparably dazzling, as if it had pierced through the starry sky and pierced towards Tai Xiong. Fast, it was extremely fast. In a flash, it arrived in front of Tai Xiong. Taixiong's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously and released all his strength. He poured all his divine power into the metal spear and stabbed it with all his might, hoping to block the moonlight spear light. Clang! The tip of the spear and the tip of the spear collided. Then the tip of the metal spear shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the entire spear shattered in an instant. Poof! The moonlight spear light didn't stop, piercing through Taixiong's forehead. How is this possible? Taixiong roared furiously. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. Originally, he thought that even if Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly, even if he had the help of the metal life form, even if he was stronger than him, there should be a limit to his strength. How could he have killed him in one move? The light in his eyes dimmed. He couldn't figure it out until he died. Of course, he didn't know that last time. Qiuqiu was only at the quasi-emperor realm. Now he was already at the second godly emperor realm. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Killing him would only take one move. Besides, Lu Ming had told Qiuqiu not to use his full strength, only a part of his strength. Along the way, Lu Ming understood that he had to keep a trump card at all times. It could save his life at a critical moment. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't easily expose all his trump cards. As long as he could kill Taixiong, that was enough. How is this possible? Lu Ming had killed Taixiong in one move. The horse-faced middle-aged man and the others were stunned. For a moment, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Lu Ming wouldn't give them a chance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more spear lights burst forth, piercing towards the horse-faced middle-aged man and the other cultivator of the second godly emperor realm. The two of them seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly defended themselves, but it was too late. How much strength could they use in such a hurry? Actually, it was useless even if they could use their full strength, not to mention only a little bit of strength. Puff! The moonlight spear light flew past, and the horse-faced middle-aged man and the other two followed in Taixiong's footsteps. They were also pierced by the spear light and died on the spot. Let's go! The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer were scared out of their wits. They started running away in all directions. Since you've already made your move, you'll have to pay the price for what you've done. Stay here. A cold and emotionless voice sounded as 7 moonlight spear lights tore through the void. The 7 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had been injured by the gravity, so they were all killed by the moonlight spear. Lu Ming did not show any mercy, nor did he intend to let these people off. These people were all interstellar pirates. Their methods were cruel and they deserved to die. Another reason was that they were surrounded by interstellar pirates. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong. Lu Ming wanted to display his strength to intimidate these people. He wanted them to be wary of him and not dare to provoke him. This would save a lot of trouble in the future. As expected, when the people around saw that Lu Ming had killed so many cultivators, their faces were incomparably dignified. Many of them even looked terrified. Especially the scar-faced man who had provoked Lu Ming before. He was shaking from head to toe and his face was deathly pale. Now he finally knew what kind of person he had provoked. It was simply a blessing from his ancestors that he was able to survive. What a terrifying young man. Who is this person? He has so many treasures and a powerful metal life form with him. I'm afraid he's a genius from a powerful clan. Absolutely. These people secretly discussed and decided not to provoke Lu Ming. Haha, little brother, your fighting strength is really amazing. I admire you. Taixiong and the others were blind to provoke you. They really deserve to die. The silver-haired old man burst into laughter, making the atmosphere a little better. Let's continue breaking the wall, Lu Ming said. All right, let's continue, the silver-haired old man said. They continued to break the wall, but Gravity's heart had already changed. He now regarded Lu Ming, a divine lord realm existence, as someone that could not be provoked. The remaining 100-some meters thick wall did not stop Lu Ming's group for long. Not long after, with a boom, the stone wall was pierced through, revealing the dark space inside. This was the interior of Gale Temple. Everyone looked at each other, and then flew into the dark space in unison. Of course, they did not dare to be careless. Divine power covered their bodies and defensive divine artifacts revolved around them, ready to fight at any moment. Lu Ming had Qiu transform into a suit of armor, and then followed the others into the dark space. After flying in, they discovered that there were stone palaces with several passages leading in different directions. Besides this, they did not encounter any other dangers. I'll go left. I'll go right. To the center. Everyone chose a passage according to their wishes and flew in. Lu Ming casually chose the leftmost passage. The passage went straight ahead, and was surrounded by stone walls. Someone had tried it, and found that the walls were indestructible. After walking for half an hour, they reached the end and arrived at a vast land. On this piece of land, strong winds howled, containing a strong gale. There's actually such a land here. Could this be the core of Gale Temple? Someone asked curiously. This land was undulating. From afar there were mountain ranges. It was no different from a world. However, not a single blade of grass grew here. There were no living creatures. It was dead silent. Everyone flew out and spread out to explore this area to see if they could find any treasures. However, after searching for a while they found nothing. There's nothing here. How unlucky. It seems that we've made a wasted trip this time. Someone cursed in a low voice. As if in response to that person's words, a shrill scream came from afar. As soon as the scream sounded, it disappeared. Everyone's expression changed, especially the person who spoke. He was so scared that he trembled. Another scream rang out, coming from their right. From the sound of it, it was not the same person as the previous one. What's over there? Someone asked with a pale face. However, no one answered him. They also wanted to know what it was. Boom. Then a violent explosion came from that direction. Beams of resplendent light shot into the sky. Obviously, there was a fierce battle over there. However, the battle did not last very long. It ended in just a few breaths. How is it? Everyone's expression was solemn. How could the battle end so quickly? Judging from the direction, it should be a group of people who took another passage. There were actually experts among them. Could they have been eliminated so quickly? Chapter 3798. That thought flashed through everyone's mind, but no one dared to go over and check. Some of them even wanted to leave this place. Look, someone is flying over there. Suddenly, someone shouted. Sure enough, some people were flying over from the direction of the battle just now. They were the people who parted ways with them just now. But now there were only about 10 of them left. What happened just now? What happened over there? Someone quickly asked. A monster attacked us just now. Among the people flying over, someone answered. A monster? What monster? Someone quickly asked. I'm not sure. It came and went without a trace like a gust of wind. It killed several of us in succession. We attacked that monster together, but that monster retreated silently. Someone replied. It retreated? Everyone's eyes flickered. If it was repelled, it meant that its strength was not very strong. Everyone was slightly relieved. In addition, with so many people gathered together, they became much bolder. In the end, no one retreated. Instead, they planned to continue exploring. They had spent so much effort to get here. How could they be willing to leave without exploring properly? Everyone continued to fly toward the center of this land. Nothing unusual happened next, and they did not encounter any monsters. Everyone was relieved, thinking that the monster was afraid of them. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the gust of wind. It was still coming from the right. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. It's another group of people. They encountered that monster. Someone exclaimed. Should we go over and rescue them? Someone asked. No need. Let's wait and see. But then, a series of miserable screams sounded. 7 or 8 miserable screams sounded in a row, and they did not stop. This time, everyone's expression changed. The situation was different from before. Why were there so many miserable screams in a row? Why didn't the people in that direction join forces? Previously, they were divided into 3 groups. Each group had more than a dozen people, and there were experts among them. They were definitely not weak. While everyone was thinking, a few more miserable screams were heard. At the same time, There was a roar from that direction, a burst of dazzling divine light, and a rumbling sound, however, that did not stop the miserable screams. After a while, there were more miserable screams. Then everyone saw a divine light flying over from that direction. "It's Commander Een," someone exclaimed. The figure that flew over was the silver-haired old man. His strength was unfathomable. However, at this moment, the silver-haired old man was in a very sorry state. His silver hair was disheveled, and there were several wounds on his body. Everyone was shocked. Even the silver-haired old man was injured. What had they encountered? The silver-haired old man's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ming and the others. He flew towards Lu Ming and the others. "Let's gather!" Someone shouted loudly. They didn't dare to relax. Everyone gathered together and formed a circle. They were on high alert. The silver-haired old man rushed into the crowd and gathered with them. "Commander Een, why are you alone? Where are the others?" Someone asked. "Everyone else is dead," the silver-haired old man said. "What?" Everyone was shocked. "What exactly did you encounter?" Someone revealed a look of fear. "It's a monster. It's like a gale, as if it was formed by the wind. It comes and goes without a trace. It's strange and unpredictable. It's impossible to kill," the silver-haired old man said with a grave expression. "Condensed from strong winds? Can't kill him? Is there anything in the world that can't be killed?" Everyone was astonished. They couldn't believe it. "It's here," said the silver-haired old man suddenly. Everyone was astonished. They hastily looked around, but they didn't see anything. However, the strong wind in the surroundings suddenly became much stronger. Whoosh, 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 a strong wind started blowing, whistling and whistling. At the same time, a scorching hot chi appeared. Everyone stared intently at their surroundings, preparing their defenses to the fullest. Aha! Suddenly, a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer gave a horrible shriek. Blood gushed out of his body, and his body exploded into pieces. Flames appeared and burned. A cultivator of the first godly emperor layer had died tragically. Monster! The crowd saw a silhouette condense from strong winds. It was flickering. That cultivator of the first godly emperor layer had been killed by that silhouette. Kill him! Immediately, 5 or 6 people attacked, unleashing their most powerful secret techniques. 5 or 6 attacks slammed into the figure, and a boom rang out as the figure was blasted into pieces. But it was useless. The wind gathered again, and the silhouette appeared again. In a flash, it merged with the wind and disappeared. Whoosh whoosh, the wind was whistling, and it was scorching hot. However, the crowd's hearts were ice cold. They couldn't kill him. They really couldn't kill him. That monster didn't have a body. It was just a gust of wind. Impossible. How could we not kill him? Our godly strength has awakened many times. We can even kill a soul. Why can't we kill a gust of wind? Shouted someone furiously. Indeed, they were all godly emperors, and their godly strength had awakened many times. Even if it was a soul, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, they could destroy it. Even if that monster had been condensed from strong winds, they should have been able to destroy it, but why hadn't it worked? A strong gale swept across. While everyone was resisting the gale, they were on full alert. "Ah!" shouted another cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. He didn't know when that monster had appeared in front of him again. The wind was terrifying, and it surrounded that cultivator. That cultivator of the first godly emperor layer couldn't resist it. He was cut into pieces and turned into ashes. "Die! Die! Kill that monster!" shouted someone furiously, attacking the monster. But it was useless. The monster exploded and condensed not far away. It merged with the wind again and disappeared. They couldn't kill him. They really couldn't kill him. Furthermore, the world was filled with howling gales. This kind of monster blended into the gales and came and went without a trace. It was impossible to predict when it would attack. It was simply impossible to guard against it. "Let's leave. Let's leave. Indeed, let's leave. There are no treasures in this damned place. We've been looking everywhere, and we haven't found anything. We'll die here. It's not worth it." Some people began to retreat, revealing a look of fear. They were all desperate people, and they were brave. However, they were terrified to fight against a monster that they couldn't kill. Chapter 3799. No, we can't separate. If we separate, the monster will kill us one by one and we'll die even faster, said the silver-haired old man. The reason why the previous group of people were defeated so quickly was because some people wanted to escape and retreat, so the group was scattered. This gave the monster an opportunity to take advantage of and kill everyone in just a few moves. Only the silver-haired old man was left. He had managed to escape thanks to his incredible cultivation level. What should we do then? Are we going to wait for death? If that's the case, I'd rather risk my life, shouted the scar-faced man furiously. The scars on his face were distorted. He looked hideous. He was terrified. That monster bullied the weak and feared the strong. It killed the weak first. 2 people had died before, and they were both cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. He was afraid that the next one would be him. That kind of waiting was torturous. There's only one way. We have to stay together and move towards the exit. That's the only way we'll have a chance to leave this place alive, said the silver-haired old man. All right, let's do that. I agree with Commander Ian. Let's move out now. We'll move towards the exit together. Many people agreed to move together. Listen to me, get ready, attack, shouted the silver-haired elder. Everyone attacked at the same time. All sorts of attacks were sent towards the exit. That region's gale was instantly torn apart, and a huge gap appeared. Then they moved together and rushed toward the gap. Unfortunately, the gale whistled and moved extremely fast. With a sweep, the gap was closed again. Attack together, shouted the silver-haired old man. Everybody attacked again and continued moving forwards. However, a moment later, a horrible shriek spread in the air. Everybody saw that the monster had appeared in front of a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. That cultivator couldn't fight back at all, and was killed instantly. The people next to him were astonished. They hastily attacked the monster, but just like before, after the monster's body broke apart, it condensed in the wind and disappeared. Hurry up, let's go, shouted everybody furiously. They kept attacking the monster and sped up. However, they were still a distance away from the exit. It wasn't easy to cross that distance. After a short distance, the monster attacked again. Another cultivator of the first godly emperor layer was killed. Thus everyone was in a state of panic. After a short time, another cultivator of the first godly emperor layer died. 5 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer had already been killed, but they couldn't do anything to the monsters. No, this is too slow. If this goes on, only death awaits. Let's rush out. With so many people rushing out, how many people can that monster kill? The chances of survival will be higher. It's better than waiting for death. Yes, let's split up and charge out, shouted some cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. Most of them were cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. That monster had been killing cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. How could those cultivators of the first godly emperor layer not panic? This won't do. Once we scatter, we'll all die. You won't be able to escape either, the silver-haired old man shouted. If we don't scatter, we'll die. That monster only kills cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. It won't kill you first, so you'll be fine. When we're all dead, you can escape to the exit, shouted a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. The other cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, and even the second godly emperor layer, pulled long faces. Indeed, the monster was picking on the weak first. Strong cultivators like the silver-haired old man wouldn't die first. Maybe they could escape to the exit, but the cultivators of the first godly emperor layer would die. Even the cultivators of the second godly emperor layer would be in danger. They thought that the silver-haired old man and the others wanted to kill them so that they could escape. Let's go. Let's go. Instantly, all the cultivators of the first godly emperor layer and some of the cultivators of the second godly emperor layer ran in all directions. They were scattered. The gale monster couldn't kill so many people at the same time. Now they had to see who was lucky. If they were lucky, they could escape. At the scene, only 8 people did not move, including Lu Ming. Those idiots, shouted the silver-haired old man furiously. Before the silver-haired old man could finish speaking, a shrill scream was heard. A cultivator of the first godly emperor layer was blown away by a strong wind. His body broke like a piece of porcelain and turned into ashes in the scorching heat. Hoo hoo hoo! The fierce wind between heaven and earth suddenly became even more violent, as if countless giant beasts were roaring and rampaging within. Between heaven and earth, the fiery red gale actually formed tornadoes that swept in all directions. A series of miserable cries rang out. Those people who had rushed out were all swept up by the tornadoes. They let out miserable cries of despair before being turned to dust by the tornadoes. That included cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. Cultivators of the second godly emperor layer were much stronger than cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. They could easily kill cultivators of the first godly emperor layer, but in front of that tornado, they couldn't do anything. In the blink of an eye, those who had rushed out were all dead. The remaining people had pale faces. Lu Ming finally understood why only the silver-haired old man had managed to escape. Splitting up to escape was of no help at all. "Let's continue moving forward using the same method as before," said the silver-haired old man. Then they continued moving forwards, breaking through the strong wind. However, after a short time, they were attacked again. A cultivator of the second godly emperor layer was attacked by a monster. He couldn't fight back and was instantly killed. That was the last cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. The others were all cultivators of the third godly emperor layer and above. Of course, Lu Ming was an exception. Apart from Lu Ming, there were 6 people left. 2 cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer and 4 cultivators of the third godly emperor layer. "Attack!" shouted the silver-haired old man extremely loudly. They all attacked together, breaking through the strong wind and moving forwards. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind flashed and an old woman of the third godly emperor layer appeared in front of her. The monster's body was condensed by the strong wind. That wind looked like countless sharp blades. It was scorching hot as it spun around and moved towards the old woman. "Die!" shouted the old woman. She had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. She was much stronger than a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. She shouted furiously, her body glowing with dazzling light. Her hands turned into 2 scimitars, and she slashed out violently. Boom! The monster's body was cut into several pieces, but it wasn't injured at all. The pieces of the monster's body condensed back together and continued moving towards the old woman. The old woman's godly emperor layer broke like tofu. Chapter 3800. The old woman had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. Her protective godly aura was broken, and the wind crashed onto her body. She gave a horrible shriek. "Attack!" shouted the old man with silver hair and the others. They used their full strength to attack the monster. Bam! The monster's body was scattered, turning into gusts of strong wind. It quickly retreated and merged into the surroundings, disappearing without a trace. However, nothing happened at all. The old woman looked miserable. She was covered in blood, and her body had almost been cut into pieces. Her chi was weak. Even though she wasn't dead, she was severely injured. If the others hadn't helped her, she would have died. "Save me! You have to save me!" screamed the old woman. She was terrified. She was severely injured, and she was afraid the monster would attack her again. If that happened, she would die. "Left!" shouted someone furiously at that moment. The monster appeared from the left. Everyone hurriedly attacked the left side, but his body flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he reappeared in another direction. This direction was where the old woman was. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind moved towards the old woman. "No!" shouted the old woman. She was terrified, but then she stopped screaming. She was sucked into the wind and turned into ashes. Damn it, damn it! What is that monster? Why can't we kill it?" shouted the remaining cultivators of the third godly emperor layer furiously, as if they had gone insane. The old woman's cultivation level was similar to theirs. If the monster could kill the old woman, it could kill them too. How could they not go crazy? "What do we do? What do we do?" asked a big man of the third godly emperor layer. He was terrified. "Find that monster and use your full strength to attack it," I don't believe there's anything in the world that can't be killed. Maybe our method is wrong. Maybe we need to consume its energy, but we don't have enough. A clear and bright voice could be heard. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming's words made the others' eyes twinkle. That's right. Maybe it's because our attacks aren't strong enough. Every time we attack, we're actually draining the monster's energy. Let's continue attacking. As long as we keep attacking, the monster's energy will be depleted, said the old man with silver hair. Even so, we can't find any traces of that monster. How are we going to attack it? Said another cultivator of the fourth godly emperor layer. He looked like a 30-year-old man with a square face. He was extremely strong. His name was Jaundice. That's right, I can't find any traces of him at all. Do we have to continue being bait? Then we'll all be killed by that monster before we can even defeat it. The others were all talking at once, their expressions ugly. Previously, when they attacked the monsters, it was the monsters that came out to kill. When they didn't come out to kill, the monsters would blend into the strong wind and couldn't be found. Leave this to me, I'll look for it. Lu Ming said. You came. Can you really find it? The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Lu Ming was so young, yet his battle prowess was heaven-defying. He was definitely a monster from a large faction. Perhaps he really did have the means to find monsters. As long as they could find traces of the monster, they would not be so passive. Let me try. Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he wasn't relying on himself. He was relying on Guemo. Guemo had just told him that he might be able to find traces of the monster. After a period of research, Bone Devil already had a clue. Master Guemo, how is it? Lu Ming asked Guemo soon. Guemo was sitting cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. His pitch-black bones were shining. He looked holy and pure. He was doing his best to find the monster. I found it. Attack the right side, said Guemo suddenly. Attack the right side, shouted Lu Ming suddenly. He threw a punch towards the right side. The silver-haired old man and the others didn't hesitate. They followed Lu Ming's attack. 6 people, 6 attacks, blasted towards the right. The gale in that direction was constantly exploding. Then they saw a blurry figure being destroyed by their attacks. It was really that monster. They really found it. The silver-haired old man, Jaundice, and the others were ecstatic. They looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Let's move slowly. I'll find traces of the monster, said Lu Ming. All right, you can search in peace. I guarantee that the monster won't hurt you, said the silver-haired old man. That's right, Jaundice said. Now Lu Ming was their only hope to escape. They would never let Lu Ming be attacked by the monster. They moved and protected Lu Ming in the middle. Huff, huff, huff. As they moved, strong winds blew around them, howling incessantly. Behind me. Suddenly Lu Ming shouted again. Boom, boom. The 6 of them attacked again. Their attacks were so fierce that the void kept exploding. They wanted to crush everything in that direction. In that direction, the monster's figure appeared. Under the 6 attacks, it dispersed and merged back into the strong wind. Great, ha ha ha. Jaundice laughed excitedly. The others also had smiles on their faces. Once could be a coincidence, but twice in a row, Lu Ming found traces of the monster. That was no longer a coincidence. Lu Ming could really find traces of the monster. This way, they could hit the monster every time. Even if they couldn't kill the monster couldn't sneak up on them. They could leave this place alive. Next, they followed this method and headed toward the exit. Along the way, they hit the monster several times, preventing it from sneaking up on them. However, they found a problem. Could the monster really not be killed after hitting it so many times? Fortunately, they could now detect the monster's traces in advance. Otherwise, they would be in danger and would be left here. Seeing that they were not far from the exit, they slowly relaxed. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, the strong wind around them roared crazily. It was even more violent than before. The endless strong wind spun rapidly around them like a tornado. They seemed to be shrouded in the center of the tornado. Then, in one direction, the monster's figure was faintly discernible in the strong wind. Be careful, it seems that the monster is about to launch an all-out attack, reminded the silver-haired old man. Obviously, seeing that they were about to escape, I'm going crazy. I want to attack them head-on and defeat them. No, there's more than one monster. There are two, three. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. His voice was filled with terror. Chapter 3801. Lu Ming, the silver-haired old man, jaundice, and the others were also greatly alarmed. They swept their gazes around, and discovered that one figure after another had appeared amidst the raging winds. All of them were figures of monsters that looked exactly the same. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9. 9 monsters appeared and surrounded them. The faces of the silver-haired old man, jaundice, and the others turned ashen. The reason for that was because those were definitely not illusions. Instead, they truly existed. Those 9 monsters were all real. There were actually a total of 9 such monsters. One of them was already difficult enough to deal with, but now, there were actually 9 of them. We're finished, shouted a strong cultivator of the third godly emperor layer. He looked desperate. Although the others didn't shout, their eyes were also filled with despair. Only Lu Ming was better off. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced too many dangerous situations and faced too many crises. He was very clear in his heart that the more dangerous the situation, the calmer he had to be. Moreover, he still had a trump card. He would carry the purple copper coffin with him. If it did not work, he could just open the purple copper coffin and risk his life. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the gale whistled, and became even more violent. Then, the 9 monsters moved at the same time, bringing with them a terrifying gale as they charged towards Lu Ming's group. The scorching heat even burned through space. A strong wind that was countless times sharper than a blade swept towards Lu Ming's group of 6. 2 attacked the silver-haired old man, 2 attacked jaundice, and the remaining 5 attacked Lu Ming and the 3 cultivators of the third godly emperor layer. Even through Qiuqiu's armor, he could still feel the terrifying heat. Break! Lu Ming brandished the silver spear that Qiuqiu had transformed into. The silver spear was suffused with the radiance of moonlight, breaking apart the terrifying gale. But Lu Ming could break the gale, and the other 3 cultivators of the third godly emperor layer weren't as strong. I can't accept this, shouted someone furiously. One of the cultivators of the third godly emperor layer was attacked by 2 monsters at the same time. He couldn't compete with them and was killed instantly. No, I don't want to die here. I want to charge out, shouted the remaining 2 cultivators of the third godly emperor layer furiously. They wanted to run away. However, their fate was already sealed. When they rushed into the gale, they were immediately attacked by several monsters. After 2 screams, they stopped breathing. Thus, only the silver-haired old man, jaundice, and Lu Ming were left. The silver-haired old man and jaundice had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, medium-level godly emperors. They were much stronger than cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer. The 2 of them used their full strength to block the 2 monsters' attacks. They even had the upper hand. However, the monsters were immortal. Once they were defeated, they would quickly reform. Lu Ming wasn't that strong himself, but with Qiuqiu's help, he had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, or even higher. Qiuqiu had already broken through to the 2nd godly emperor layer. After turning into a silver spear, he was terrifyingly strong. He could definitely compete with cultivators of the 4th godly emperor layer. He could even kill them. Lu Ming relied on Qiuqiu to block the monsters' attacks. However, after the monsters killed the 3 cultivators of the 3rd godly emperor layer, they started to gather and surround Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, the silver-haired old man, and jaundice also gathered together and joined hands to fight against the monsters. The 9 monsters stirred up a strong gale and launched a fierce attack at them. The 3 of them could only defend themselves. They couldn't break out. The silver-haired old man and jaundice pulled long faces. The situation wasn't good. If it continued, they might not be able to break out. I understand now. I finally understand. It's not that these so-called monsters can't die, but that they aren't his true body. At this moment, Bone Demon shouted in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Not his real body. Master Guemo, what do you mean? Asked Lu Ming hastily. It's very simple. The real monster hasn't shown up yet. The ones attacking you are his energy clones. Therefore, when you defeat him and consume his energy, His real body will replenish his energy and create an illusion that he's immortal. As long as you can find his real body and attack it, you'll be able to destroy the monster," explained Guemo. "I see. Master Guemo, can you find the real body of the monster?" asked Lu Ming. "No problem. I've already found some clues. I'll be able to find it soon," said Guemo. His head was shining. He was looking for the monster's real body. "I know how to get rid of those monsters," said Lu Ming to the silver-haired old man in jaundice at that moment. "You have a solution? What is it?" When the silver-haired old man in jaundice heard Lu Ming, they were suddenly excited. They looked desperate before, but now they had hope again. "Do you know why those monsters can't be killed? It's because they aren't his real body. His real body hasn't shown up. Those are his clones." Lu Ming repeated Gumo's explanation. "I see. No wonder it's so hard to kill them. Little brother, do you have a way to find the monster's real body?" asked the silver-haired old man. "Yes, I found it. It's in that direction." At that moment, Guemo found the direction of the monster's real body and pointed it out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to point it out. "All right, let's kill our way over. Kill that monster." The silver-haired old man in jaundice revealed a ferocious glint. Together with Lu Ming, they charged in that direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 9 monsters seemed to be anxious. They gathered together and stirred up an endless gale. They attacked Lu Ming's group crazily, trying to block Lu Ming's group. However, this further confirmed that Lu Ming was right. Jaundice and the silver-haired old man suppressed themselves to the extreme. They used every bit of their strength to attack crazily. Lu Ming waved his silver spear. The dazzling spear light swept across the sky, shattering the 2 monsters. They rushed through and rushed into the strong wind, continuing to move forward. Sure enough, after rushing for a while, they found a figure. This figure looked very similar to the monster, but its body was taller and more solid. In the middle of its head, there was a round bead that was shining. This was definitely the monster's real body. There was no mistake. "Kill." The silver-haired old man and jaundice became excited and rushed toward the monster's real body. However, in front of the monster's real body, 9 figures condensed. They were the 9 clones. The 9 clones blocked in front of them. However, at this point, Lu Ming's group had no way out. They could only kill the monsters to survive. The 3 of them joined forces and turned into 3 terrifying attacks, attacking the 9 monsters. Boom boom boom. The collision of the gale and the divine light triggered a terrifying wave of energy that swept in all directions. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3802. Lu Ming and the other 2 joined forces and fought the 9 clones with all their might. Obviously, the 9 monsters were also going all out and attacking crazily. In the end, Lu Ming and the rest broke through the encirclement of the 9 monsters, but they also paid a price. Lu Ming was still fine. He had Qiuqiu's armor, which offset most of the attack power. Although some of the gale cut through Qiuqiu's armor, when it landed on Lu Ming's body, it did not cause much damage to Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's heaven-defying recovery ability, he was basically fine. However, the silver-haired old man and jaundice were not so lucky. Dense wounds appeared on their bodies, all of which were cut by the gale. Moreover, these wounds healed very slowly because the gale contained a terrifying high temperature, which was constantly burning their wounds. The 2 of them suffered serious injuries, but fortunately, they were already close to the monster's body. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 3 of them shouted and attacked the monster's body. Roar! The monster's body actually let out a beast-like roar, and a gale erupted from its body. Its arms turned into 2 large blades formed by the gale, and slashed at Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! 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 After a few consecutive booms, the 3 of them trembled and could not help but retreat. The strength of the monster's body was very shocking, far above the clones. However, it was not so strong that they could still deal with it. The 3 of them retreated and charged at the monster's body again. Both sides fought fiercely, and after dozens of moves, there was no clear victor. This was because the monster's body was the same as the clones. After being destroyed, it would condense again. Hit the bead on the monster's head. Guemo transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Attack the bead on its head. Lu Ming said to Jaundice and the silver-haired old man. The moonlight spear was like lightning, breaking through the void and piercing the bead on the monster's head. After receiving Lu Ming's reminder, the silver-haired old man and Jaundice also began to attack the bead on the monster's head. Sure enough, this made the monster nervous. It did not dare to attack freely, and began to defend the bead on its head. It was absolutely effective. The three of them did not stop attacking the bead. Finally, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and stabbed the bead with his spear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. This spear did not shatter the bead, but the monster's body was sent flying by the powerful force. Jaundice and the silver-haired old man took the opportunity to attack out. Roar! The monster's body seemed to have been completely infuriated by Lu Ming's move. It let out a terrifying roar, and the bead on its head emitted a dazzling glow. Then, a powerful force emerged. As soon as the energy from the bead surged out, it turned into a violent gust of wind. This gust of wind then condensed into figures. They were all monster avatars. The aura was the monster's outs. The 9 monster clones roared and pounced on Lu Ming, the silver-haired elder, and Jaundice. As soon as they reached the 3 of them, the 9 monster clones self-destructed. The 9 monster clones self-destructed, creating a destructive force that charged toward Lu Ming and the other 2. Not good. The expressions of the silver-haired old man, Jaundice, and Lu Ming changed drastically. The 3 of them retreated rapidly. In the process of retreating, they performed their strongest defensive techniques. 2 silver shields appeared in front of the silver-haired old man. A yellow mountain appeared in front of Jaundice. As for Lu Ming, he waved his left palm. All kinds of defensive secret skills in the cells in his body erupted, forming multiple layers of defense. The moment the 3 of them set up their defenses, the destructive force surged toward them. Rumble! Their defenses began to tremble violently. A few cracks instantly appeared on the silver-haired old man's silver shield. As for Jaundice's mountain-shaped treasure, it also shook violently and cracks appeared on its surface. Pung! Pung! In the next moment, the silver-haired old man's shield and Jaundice's mountain-shaped treasure shattered at the same time. The terrifying destructive force rushed toward them. The 2 of them screamed as their bodies were blasted thousands of miles away. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were tattered and severely injured. The 2 of them looked extremely terrified. They did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into 2 streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. They were so scared that they fled. While the silver-haired old man and Jaundice were blasted away, Lu Ming was also hit by the destructive force. His various secret techniques only lasted for a breath's time before they were destroyed. The terrifying destructive force bombarded Lu Ming's body. Clang! Clang! In the end, even Qiuqiu's armor was cut open. However, Qiuqiu's armor had already blocked a large portion of the attack. The force that landed on Lu Ming's body was very limited. Lu Ming was blasted away and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were quite serious, but he still managed to withstand it. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. He wanted to copy the silver-haired old man and Jaundice and escape. At this moment, Bone Demon's voice sounded. Now is a good opportunity. That monster has stimulated the power in the bead and unleashed a big move. It is now in a weakened state. Take the opportunity to take away that bead and destroy the will on it. Lu Ming immediately stopped in his tracks. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the monster. The monster revealed a look of fear. It roared and actually turned to leave. However, how could Lu Ming let it leave? He raised his speed to the limit and caught up to the monster in a few flashes. He grabbed at the bead with his big hand. Bone Demon was right. The monster was now in a weakened state. Although it tried its best to resist, it did not have much power. Lu Ming's claw pierced through it, and he successfully grabbed the bead. The bead vibrated nonstop. There was a wisp of spiritual will attached to it. This was the origin of the monster. A wisp of spiritual will attached to the bead, and borrowed the power of the bead to condense Liefeng's body. Squeak! 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 It sounded like a mouse in panic. Die for me. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The taboo force rushed towards the bead and began to erase this wisp of spiritual will. The taboo force was the most terrifying force in the world. This wisp of spiritual will could not stop it at all. It screamed a few times with unwillingness before it was completely obliterated by the taboo force. When this wisp of spiritual will was obliterated, the surrounding life form suddenly became much smaller and calmer. It was not as violent as before. The bead also fell into Lu Ming's hand. What is this bead? It can actually erupt with such powerful energy? Lu Ming stared at the bead and pondered. Then his spiritual will approached the bead, wanting to investigate it. Just as Lu Ming's spiritual will entered the bead, a shocking scene appeared. Lu Ming seemed to hear a rumble, and then the environment suddenly changed. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3803. With a bang, Lu Ming felt like he had arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. In front of him, a man was standing in the starry sky, roaring. Every single strand of his hair stood on end. Terrifying energy surged out of his body unceasingly. A gale. The energy rushing out of the man's body was a gale. This gale was countless times more terrifying than the one Lu Ming and the others had encountered before. It swept through the starry sky, attacking Lu Ming. Not good, it's over. Lu Ming turned pale with fright. This gale was too strong. Compared to it, Lu Ming felt like an ant. He couldn't resist at all. In an instant, the gale dashed in front of Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming thought that he was going to be killed by the gale, he realized that the gale did not hurt him at all. It dashed past him, and went far away in an instant. It was as if his body was illusory, not real. What's going on? Could it be that everything I saw was fake? Was it all an illusion? Or was this just a projection from a certain time period? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Whoosh! Gale was constantly rushing out of that man's body. This gale was too strong, so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. The raging winds swept through the starry skies. Wherever they passed, all the planets were turned into ashes. Some of the planets had living beings living on them, and there were also powerful beings with high cultivation. However, none of these powerful beings could escape. They were all turned into ashes under the raging winds. Only a few resource planets collapsed. But the core metal remained, condensing into small pieces that floated in the starry sky. The boundless starry sky was engulfed by the raging winds, and everything was shrouded by them. Could this be the origin of the Gale Star River? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He was shocked by his own guess. However, this might be the truth. The Gale Star River might have been formed like this. The energy that emerged from a person's body could actually destroy an entire star river, turning it into a place where the gale would wreak havoc for billions of years. It was unknown what level his cultivation had reached. It was too terrifying. Lu Ming had once heard from the Measure Character Manual that someone had used the Ice Character Manual to freeze a galaxy. Lu Ming had thought that the Measure Character Manual was just bragging. How vast was a galaxy? It was almost boundless, containing countless planets and small worlds. How could such a vast territory be frozen by human strength? That wasn't like blowing up a planet. That was countless times harder than blowing up a planet. But now, Lu Ming believed it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. I'm unwilling. The man roared again. His hair and beard fluttered, and with a final boom, his entire body exploded. An even more terrifying energy swept through the starry sky. When the energy dissipated, a bead appeared in the starry sky. This bead was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had grabbed before. So that was how the bead was formed. One of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, Great Divine Wind Technique. Suddenly, a piece of information was transmitted to Lu Ming's mind. This piece of information was a secret skill. The 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The secret techniques in this world were roughly divided into 3 types. The first type was the secret techniques of the origin, which were comprehended from divine power. As long as one had enough talent, they could comprehend them from divine power. Furthermore, they had great potential and were powerful enough to comprehend them for a lifetime. The other type was the physique secret technique. The requirements to cultivate a physique secret technique were harsh. Not many people could successfully cultivate it. Those who could were practically all heavenly geniuses. The third type was the ordinary secret techniques. There were tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques. There were all kinds of them. There were offensive, defensive, speed, support, and even alchemy, tool forging, and so on. This was also the type that most people cultivated. However, ordinary secret techniques were mostly used as support. They weren't very powerful. Even if they were cultivated to a high realm, it would be difficult for them to contend with the source secret techniques. However, there was a small portion of ordinary secret techniques that were special. That was the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. As the name suggested, there were 3,000 types of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. These 3,000 ancient secret techniques were the strongest ordinary secret techniques in the world. They were extremely powerful and had amazing potential. It was said that cultivating the 3,000 ancient secret techniques to the peak was no worse than cultivating the source secret techniques to the peak. Moreover, the cultivation of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques mainly relied on one's comprehension. Those with high comprehension could continue to comprehend and improve their realm. There was no need to sever the shackles like the source secret techniques. However, the 3,000 ancient secret techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate and were too rare. As time passed, many of them were lost. They were extremely rare now. Lu Ming didn't expect to encounter one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques here. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming's current body was cultivating the taboo power. He needed to continuously integrate ordinary secret techniques. However, he had integrated more than 500 ordinary secret techniques, but none of them could take on great responsibilities alone. None of them were powerful. When Lu Ming fought now, he relied more on the taboo power and brute force. If there was one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, it would be different. Moreover, when the taboo body reached the end, he needed to create his own technique according to the thousands of secret techniques he cultivated and walk his own path. In that case, the stronger the secret technique integrated at the beginning, the better. The arrival of the Great God Wind technique was like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, the surrounding scene changed again and disappeared. Lu Ming returned to the original world. Lu Ming, be careful, someone is attacking you. At this moment, Guemo reminded him. Boom. Swoosh. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that there were terrifying attacks coming at him from behind and on his right. The power was shocking and the speed was very fast. It was so fast that it was difficult for Lu Ming to dodge. The person who attacked had grasped the timing very well. Fortunately, Qiu Qiu had turned into armor and was wearing Lu Ming's body. At the critical moment, Lu Ming's figure rushed forward and narrowly avoided the attack from the right. However, he couldn't avoid the attack from behind. Boom. A palm print from behind landed heavily on Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming's body was blasted forward. His blood was in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, as Lu Ming rushed forward, he more or less dissipated a part of the force. Moreover, Qiu Qiu's armor also blocked a part of the force. Therefore, Lu Ming's injury wasn't very serious. However, a few bones on his back were broken and were recovering quickly. Lu Ming quickly turned around and glanced around. His eyes were filled with cold light. As expected, the ones who attacked him were Jaundice and the silver-haired old man who had escaped previously. Previously, the two of them retreated with injuries. At this moment, their injuries were much better, although they hadn't fully recovered. Guemo, how long has it been since I got that bead? Lu Ming secretly communicated with Guemo one day. Guemo replied. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3804. One day, Guemo informed him that a day had passed since Lu Ming grabbed the bead and entered that magical world. It was no wonder that the silver-haired elder and Jaundice had recovered from their injuries. Why did the two of you sneak attack me? Lu Ming asked coldly. The silver-haired elder and Jaundice stared at the bead in Lu Ming's hand, emitting a scorching radiance. A divine king's lifespan was 5 stellar years. A divine lord's lifespan was 10 stellar years. And a divine emperor's lifespan was even 100 stellar years. The silver-haired elder and Jaundice were old monsters who had lived for dozens of stellar years. Their minds were extremely sharp. They had been severely injured by the monster, and had fled in a panic. However, they quickly reacted and realized the key point. After the monster unleashed its energy, its aura weakened. It was clearly in a weakened state. Of course, they were cautious by nature, and did not dare to return rashly. Instead, they waited for their injuries to recover before sneaking back. When they returned, they did not see the monster at all. They only saw Lu Ming holding the bead in a daze. Needless to say, that bead was definitely a precious treasure. The two of them attacked without hesitation. They wanted to kill Lu Ming first, and then snatch the bead. As for the friendship they had with Lu Ming when they fought the enemy together, what was that? Could it be eaten? Fortunately, Lu Ming woke up at the critical moment and blocked the attack. Hee. The silver-haired elder sneered. He stared at the bead in Lu Ming's hand and said, "Little brother, we obtained this bead when we fought the monster together. Now hand it over." "That's right. This treasure should be divided equally between us," Jaundice added. "If you want to divide the treasure equally, you should have just told me. Why did you sneak attack me? Since you've ambushed me, don't even think about getting this treasure," Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the bead was kept in his storage ring. The silver-haired elder and Jaundice's faces darkened. "Kid, you have to think carefully about whether you have the ability to take it all for yourself," the silver-haired elder said coldly. "You can try," Lu Ming said indifferently. The silver spear that Qiu had transformed into pointed at the silver-haired old man. "Brother Huang, it seems that this brat is stubborn. Let's join forces and kill this brat first, then we can discuss the distribution of the treasures. What do you think?" The silver-haired old man looked at Jaundice. "Okay." Jaundice's reply was very simple. As the sound of his voice faded, he stepped out, and a powerful aura gushed towards Lu Ming. The silver-haired old man's long hair fluttered as he charged towards Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and took the initiative to attack. His silver spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void and shooting towards the silver-haired old man and Jaundice. At the same time, the silver-haired old man and Jaundice also made their moves. Two terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming, fiercely colliding with the moonlight spear light. Wang. At the moment of collision, the moonlight spear light shook violently. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the starry sky. The moonlight spear light pierced through the silver-haired old man and Jaundice's attacks, and then flashed past, leaving two bloody holes in their bodies. The two of them retreated at full speed, looking at Lu Ming in astonishment. "Your attack power, how is that possible?" The silver-haired old man and Jaundice shouted at the same time. They were astonished. How could Lu Ming's attack power be so strong? 1 against 2, and he had managed to injure them in one move. They didn't know that this was actually Qiu's real attack power. Previously, when they had faced that monster, Qiu hadn't been able to use its full power. That monster had been completely condensed by the strong wind, so it had been easy to destroy it. However, it was useless to destroy it, because it would condense again. It was as if Qiu's attack had hit nothing but air. At that time, Qiu hadn't been able to use its full power. Qiu had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, and after turning into a silver spear, it could defeat or even kill cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer. As for Jaundice and the silver-haired old man, they had been injured and hadn't recovered yet, so their fighting strength wasn't at its peak. Naturally, they had been injured by Lu Ming and Qiu's joint attack. "Die!" shouted Lu Ming. He attacked the two of them again, not giving them a chance to catch their breath. The silver spear light fell like a meteor, piercing towards the silver-haired old man and Jaundice. At the same time, 3 gravity pearls flew out, and a powerful gravitational force enveloped the two of them. Even though the 3 gravity pearls couldn't have a decisive effect on cultivators of the fourth godly emperor layer, they could still interfere with them more or less. The two of them were startled, and hastily tried to defend themselves. However, they were already injured, and their fighting strength wasn't at its peak. They were also suppressed by the gravity pearls, so their fighting strength was even weaker. They were no match for Lu Ming and Qiu. The two of them were pierced by the spear light. Jaundice's heart was pierced by the spear light, and he was nailed to the ground. He coughed up blood, and his face was deathly pale. The silver-haired old man's stomach was pierced by the spear light, and he was sent flying a few hundred li away. Lu Ming wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He didn't waste any time. He fused with his spear, and turned into a dazzling spear light which shot towards Jaundice. No, Jaundice let out a roar of despair. In the next instant, the silver spear had already pierced through his forehead. His soul naturally couldn't escape, and was crushed by the destructive power of the spear light. Jaundice had died. A few hundred li away, the silver-haired old man was scared out of his wits. He didn't care about his injuries and started running away. Lu Ming groaned coldly. He turned into a spear light and chased after the silver-haired old man. The silver-haired old man had been severely injured, and his speed had decreased greatly. Lu Ming chased after him with all his strength, and the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Little brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't want your treasure anymore. It's yours, shouted the silver-haired old man in fear. It's too late to say that. When you attacked me by surprise, you didn't show any mercy. Lu Ming said coldly. Little brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by lard just now. I won't do it again. As long as you let me go, I'll be your slave, the silver-haired old man shouted. Seeing that the distance between him and Lu Ming was getting closer, he was so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. He controlled the gravity orb, and the strong gravity pressed down on the silver-haired old man. The silver-haired old man's speed was slowed down by the gravity, and Lu Ming caught up with him in an instant. Little bastard, I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't intend to let him go, the silver-haired old man became ruthless. His face was distorted, and he turned around to attack Lu Ming. However, it was useless against Lu Ming. The silver spear light flashed. The silver-haired old man, who was already injured, couldn't withstand a single blow. He barely blocked 2 moves before being swept by the spear. His body exploded, leaving only his head behind as he fled frantically. Lu Ming raised his hand and thrust out his spear. The silver-haired old man's head exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 3805. After killing the silver-haired old man, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the silver-haired old man and Jaundice. Then he took out the bead again and started to think. Lu Ming actually obtained the 3,000 ancient secret techniques from this bead. Moreover, he felt that the bead contained a terrifying flame storm. Previously, that monster had activated a wisp of energy from the bead and formed 9 clones to self-destruct. Lu Ming was considering whether he should cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique. Senior Bone Demon, do you think I should cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique? Lu Ming asked Bone Demon. Cultivate, this is the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, why not? Bone Demon said. But I saw a powerful existence self-destruct in the end. Lu Ming hesitated and told Bone Demon about the scene he saw before. So it's because of this, then there's no need to worry. Cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique will definitely not cause self-destruction. The reason why the man you mentioned self-destructed, I reckon that his cultivation had reached a certain level, and he wanted to break through to the next realm. In the end, he failed and self-destructed. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to improve. Breaking through is also dangerous. This is very normal, Bone Demon explained. Lu Ming suddenly understood and finally felt relieved. He was worried that the powerful existence he saw had self-destructed because he was cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique. Now that it turned out not to be the case, he could cultivate in peace. Lu Ming planned to cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique here. There was still more than a year before the 3 years he set. Moreover, this place was filled with strong winds. It was the best place to cultivate the Great Divine Wind technique. It was simply blessed by the heavens and had a great effect on the cultivation of the Great Divine Wind technique. Lu Ming kept the bead and silently went through the cultivation method of the Great Divine Wind technique in his mind. Then he began to cultivate. The 3,000 ancient secret techniques were very difficult to cultivate. Even the entry level was astonishingly difficult. Ordinary people might cultivate for a lifetime and still not be able to touch the threshold. Even a genius would need to spend a lot of time to cultivate before they could succeed. However, for Lu Ming, it was not that difficult. Firstly, Lu Ming's comprehension was at an abnormal level. Secondly, Lu Ming had already cultivated more than 500 kinds of secret skills. He could comprehend them by analogy. He had experience in cultivating secret skills that others could not. Thirdly, this place was filled with strong winds that had not dissipated for hundreds of millions of years. This was left behind by the terrifying expert who cultivated the Great Divine Wind technique. Lu Ming could use it as a reference. It was equivalent to half an expert guiding him. With these three conditions, it was not difficult for Lu Ming to cultivate the entry level. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, soon more than a year's time. Whoosh! Between heaven and earth, a figure flashed rapidly. Every time, a figure flash brought up. Lu Ming seemed to be wrapped in a layer of strong wind. Wherever he passed by, the strong wind would automatically disperse. It did not affect Lu Ming at all. Boom! In the end, Lu Ming condensed a hurricane. With a palm strike, the hurricane formed a terrifying force that cut the void into pieces. Huff! Lu Ming let out a long breath and stopped. The wind around his body also dissipated. As expected of the Great Divine Wind technique. It's so powerful. It's far from being comparable to ordinary secret techniques. Lu Ming praised with a smile on his face. After more than a year of cultivation, Lu Ming finally succeeded in cultivating the Great Divine Wind technique. It turned into a secret technique rune and integrated into a cell. Lu Ming had just succeeded in cultivating the Great God Wind technique, but he discovered that the power of the Great God Wind technique was far above that of ordinary secret skills. Under the activation of his taboo power, the power was even stronger than that of the secret skill of the origin that had severed 3 shackles. It seems that I still need to spend more time on the Great Divine Wind technique in the future. Lu Ming thought. The Great Divine Wind technique was different from other secret techniques. For other secret techniques, it was integrated into the cells, and let the scattered soul in the cells slowly comprehend it. After a long time, it would naturally increase in maturity. However, the Great Divine Wind technique was too slow to be comprehended. It needed Lu Ming to personally comprehend it and increase its power. It would become one of Lu Ming's killer moves. And this round bead. With a thought, the round bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming named it the Gale bead. In the past year, Lu Ming had also taken the time to study the Gale bead. The Gale bead contained a terrifying flaming storm. It gave Lu Ming a feeling that if it was released, it could destroy the world. Unfortunately, the Gale bead contained layers of seals. It was difficult to release the flaming storm in one go. If he wanted to release the storm in the bead, he needed to use the Great Divine Wind technique to guide it. The stronger the Great Divine Wind technique was, the more seals it could break and the bigger the flaming storm it could release. With Lu Ming's current mastery of the Great Divine Wind technique, he could release a terrifying force. This force was far beyond his own strength. This could be Lu Ming's killer move. Lu Ming kept it carefully. 3 years are almost up. I wonder how the sky prides of the various clans are doing now. Let's go out and meet them. Lu Ming smiled. Now that his combat strength had increased greatly, he was looking forward to the clash with the sky prides of the various clans. Lu Ming walked towards the exit. Now that he had mastered the Great Divine Wind technique, the gale was ineffective against him. His speed was much faster. Soon he left the Gale Galaxy. After a while he returned to the Fengdu Sword Sect. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the Fengdu Sword Sect, Sect leader Wang knew about it, and immediately came to see Lu Ming. Sect leader Wang, you finally dare to come to see me, Lu Ming said indifferently. Sect leader Wang smiled bitterly and said, Little brother Mu Yun, please forgive me. My Fengdu Sword Sect is just an ordinary force, and those sky prides are all from powerful races on the list of 10,000 races. If I were to go against them, the Fengdu Sword Sect would soon disappear from the desolate universe. Lu Ming could understand Sect leader Wang. Those powerful races were indeed not something the Fengdu Sword Sect could afford to offend. Just now he was just complaining. Sect leader Wang, how have the sky prides of the various clans been in the past few years? Have they come to the Iron Sea Star region? Lu Ming asked. They're here, of course they're here, and there's a lot of them, Sect leader Wang said. Ever since you left, sky prides have been gathering from all over the desolate universe. Some want to challenge you, and some are just here to watch the show. However, since you're not here, These sky prides will stay in the Iron Sea Star region. They thought that the elf princess Ling Yue was in the Iron Sea Star region, and searched everywhere. Unfortunately, they couldn't find her. However, in the past few years, the Iron Sea Star region has been very lively. It's rare for these sky prides to gather, so they often hold various gatherings to spar with each other, waiting for the 3-year agreement with you. After sect leader Wang's explanation, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of the situation in the past few years. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3806. After sect leader Wang's explanation, Lu Ming had a rough idea of what was going on. Are there any gatherings of geniuses? Lu Ming asked. Are you going to look for them? Sect leader Wang said. Since they're already here, it's not a good idea for me to not show up. The 3 years are almost up. It's time for me to meet them. Lu Ming said with a smile. Little brother Mu Yun, let me warn you. Don't be careless. Even though there are no monstrous geniuses above the godly emperor realm, there are still some terrifying geniuses who are extremely powerful. It's easy for a quasi-emperor to kill a godly emperor. Sect leader Wang reminded with a solemn expression. Although Lu Ming was extremely talented, his cultivation was still a little weak. Sect leader Wang was afraid that Lu Ming wouldn't be a match for those geniuses. Thank you for your concern, sect leader Wang. I know what I'm doing. Lu Ming said. Seeing Lu Ming so confident, sect leader Wang didn't try to persuade him anymore. There's a gathering of geniuses on planet Kuan soon. You can make it if you go there now. Alright. Lu Ming nodded and went straight to planet Kuan without stopping. Planet Kuan Ming Lake was vast and the lake water was as clear as a mirror. One could see many divine fish swimming around in the lake. There was a small island in the center of the lake. At this moment, many geniuses were gathered on the island. These geniuses were from various races, and they were all there for Lu Ming. In the past few years they couldn't find the elven princess, so they often held gatherings to spar with each other while waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. Of course, in addition to the geniuses of various races, there were also geniuses from the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone. These people were not there to challenge Lu Ming, but to make friends with the geniuses of various races. There was a battle platform in the center of the island. At this moment, 2 young men were sparring on the battle platform. Both of them were 9th-level divine lords, and their combat strength was similar. They fought back and forth and it was very lively. Around them, many young men were drinking and watching the battle while chatting. Do you think Mu Yun will show up? It's been almost 3 years. Hee. Do you think he will appear again? The reason he said he would fight again in 3 years was just to find an excuse to delay the time. Now that the geniuses of various clans have gathered, how could he have the guts to come out? I think so too. It's best if that guy doesn't come out. His reputation will be ruined from then on. The elven princess will naturally not marry such a person. Even if he appears, there are many people who can suppress him and make him lose face. What is he? He even dared to reject the elven princess? Who does he think he is? Everyone was discussing. When it came to Lu Ming, some sneered and ridiculed him, while others had cold gazes. These people's hearts were filled with complicated emotions. If Lu Ming agreed to marry the elf princess, they would be unhappy. They would think that Lu Ming was not qualified and would want to kill Lu Ming. However, they were even more displeased that Lu Ming had rejected the elf princess. They had tried so hard to woo her, but Lu Ming had rejected them? Didn't that mean that they were even more trashy and were pursuing something that others did not want? In short, they wanted to suppress Lu Ming and make Lu Ming lose face. In this way, not only would they gain face, but Lu Ming and the elf princess's marriage would also be ruined. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Look, who's that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the lake in the east and shouted. Everyone couldn't help but look in that direction. On the lake in the east, a young man was walking on the waves, looking very suave. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. It's Mu Yun. He finally showed up. I didn't expect him to really show up. Very good. Many people stood up and revealed cold gazes. The 2 young men who were sparring on the battle platform also stopped and looked at Lu Ming. Whoosh. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a few steps, he arrived at the small island. He flew in the air and landed on the battle platform in the middle of the island. The two young men in the battle platform quickly retreated, not daring to face Lu Ming. In fact, although there were many geniuses present, not many of them dared to fight with Lu Ming. After all, back then, Lu Ming had defeated Xiao Dao, who was a famous genius among the quasi-emperors. He was indeed powerful. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Mu Yin, you're finally here. Fight with me again. A voice was heard. A purple light flashed, and a young man appeared on the battle platform. Xiang Prefecture. This young man was actually from Xiang Prefecture. Xiang Prefecture is going to fight. I heard that his Eastern Purple Qi technique has made a breakthrough again. He wants to defeat Mu Yun and reclaim his honor. In the Purple Sun Prefecture, he can be considered a top figure. Not many people can break through immediately after being defeated after being humiliated. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming glanced at Xiang Prefecture and shook his head. You're not my match. There's no need to fight anymore. How would you know that I'm not your match if we haven't fought? Lu Ming, aren't you overconfident? Xiang Prefecture said. His body was shrouded in purple light, and his battle intent was strong. After being defeated by Lu Ming, he didn't feel disheartened. Instead, he felt humiliated and made a breakthrough in his Eastern Purple Qi technique, allowing his battle strength to reach a higher level. Back then, it wasn't easy for Lu Ming to defeat him. There was a limit to how much stronger he was. Now that his battle strength had increased, he was confident that he could compete with Lu Ming. Is this enough? Lu Ming wasn't interested in talking to Xiang Prefecture. He directly released his aura. The people of the Xiangzhou stared with their eyes open wide. 7th level Divine Lord. Xiang Prefecture opened his mouth with a hoarse voice, his eyes full of disbelief. He clearly remembered that in the Resource Alliance agreement, Lu Ming was still just a 5th level Divine Lord. In the end, borrowing his pressure, Lu Ming successfully broke through and reached 6th level Divine Lord, then defeated him. But how long had it been since the Resource Alliance agreement? Just a few years. Lu Ming actually broke through again. When did Divine Lord Realm become so easy to break through? The key was that when Lu Ming was a 6th level Divine Lord, his battle strength was already very terrifying. This kind of prodigy, each breakthrough, his battle strength would have a tremendous increase. This was also to say that after Lu Ming broke through to 7th level Divine Lord, he was not Lu Ming's match at all. No wonder Lu Ming would say that he wasn't Lu Ming's match and didn't need to fight anymore. Indeed, he didn't need to fight anymore. Even if he made a move, it would also be seeking humiliation. At this moment, the battle intent on Xiang Prefecture's body disappeared without a trace. His eyes revealed a hint of dejection. Swoosh. Xiang Prefecture turned around and left, directly leaving Star Kuren. His heart was already in a mess. He needed to find a place to adjust his mentality. The following great battle he did not wish to watch anymore. Xiang Prefecture actually left? What's going on? Didn't even fight and he lost his fighting spirit. Truly a good for nothing. There was an uproar at the scene. Most people did not understand why Xiang Prefecture directly left. They did not know that Lu Ming's cultivation rose from 5th level Divine Lord to 7th level Divine Lord within a short few years. If they knew, wonder what their expressions would be? Myriad Dao Dragon Sovereign. Myriad Dao Dragon Sovereign. Chapter 3807. What a piece of trash. He's a disgrace to the Ziying race. On one of the seats in the crowd, a purple-robed young man sat in a carefree manner. A cold and disdainful voice came from his mouth. Many people looked at this person with grave gazes. They recognized who he was. He was Zitaitsong, the prodigy of the Ziyuan race. The Ziyuan race was ranked 67th on the Eldritch 10,000 races list, which was stronger than the Ziying race. Legend had it that the Ziyuan race and the Ziying race used to be the same race a long time ago. But for some reason, the two races split and became the Ziyuan race and the Ziying race. Both races were ranked in the top 100 of the Eldritch 10,000 races list, which showed how terrifying the two races were. However, the Ziyuan race had always thought that they were the orthodox race and looked down on the Ziying race, which was why Zitaitsong mocked them. After mocking them, Zitaitsong stood up, and purple light burst out from his eyes. He stepped out and landed on the battle platform. Zitaitsong is going to attack. Many people's eyes lit up. Zitaizong was also a quasi-emperor, but he was more famous and stronger than Pashao in the Xiang state. In particular, the powerful prodigies present all smiled. Zitaizong's attack was enough to test Lu Ming's strength, so they could respond. Boom. Zitaizong's body was enveloped by a layer of purple light, which was filled with a luxurious aura. It looked very similar to the Xiang state. He's going to attack. Quick. Many people took out their illusory divine jades and directly broadcast the battle live. Many people across the universe immediately received the news and opened their illusory divine jades to watch the battle. Muyin, make your move. Use all your strength. I want to suppress you in front of everyone. Zitaizong said in a domineering manner. Let's see if you have the ability to force me to use my full strength. Lu Ming said indifferently. How arrogant. Purple Sun Divine Art, Purple Chi from the East. Zitaizong shouted and clenched his fist. 2 wisps of purple chi flew over from the distant sky and were caught by Zitaizong. He was also using the purple chi from the east, which was exactly the same as the one in the Xiang state. It seemed that the 2 races were from the same origin. Kill. A pair of purple wings condensed behind Zitaizong's back. With a flap of his wings, his figure charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of purple lightning. At the same time, the 2 strands of purple gas in his hands turned into 2 purple divine swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. Space was sliced apart like a piece of paper by the purple sword. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's attack was very simple. He directly swung his fist to meet the attack. When he made his move, Lu Ming had already activated 5 times his combat power. Clang. Clang. Lu Ming's fists were like 2 sledgehammers as they smashed onto the purple divine sword. An earth-shattering boom erupted as the 2 figures rapidly retreated. However, Lu Ming only retreated 3 steps before he stabilized his figure. As for Zitaizong, he retreated explosively. He retreated several dozen steps before he staggered and stabilized himself. By the time he steadied himself, his face was already flushed red. In the first move, he was completely at a disadvantage. Your strength is not bad. You are slightly stronger than Xiang state. However, you are no match for me now. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Previously, Lu Ming had not used the gravity orb. He had only used his own strength to suppress Zitaizong. One should know that Xiang state could kill an ordinary first-layer divine emperor. Zitaizong was stronger than Xiang state. He could easily kill an ordinary first-layer divine emperor. He was a terrifying monster. He was far from being comparable to an ordinary person. However, Lu Ming had only used his own strength to suppress him. Purple Origin Divine Armor. Zitaizong shouted as his purple hair fluttered in the wind. An armor appeared on his body and wrapped around him. This was a secret treasure refined by the Xiang tribe. Once worn, it could increase one's combat power. It could increase one's offensive and defensive strength. Boom. After putting on the Purple Origin Divine Armor, Zitaizong charged toward Lu Ming with a violent aura, just like a violent dragon. The 2 purple swords in his hands were even more powerful. They whistled as they slashed towards Lu Ming. Interesting. Lu Ming's lips curled up. He did not use the gravity orb. Instead, he used his forbidden strength to fight back. Lu Ming rushed out. All the cells in his body were trembling. Apart from the Great Divine Wind skill, he gathered all the offensive secret skills on his fists and threw them out continuously. The violent fist energy created a spatial storm and crushed towards Zitaizong. Boom. 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 The 2 of them clashed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The terrifying energy shocked many people. Many people who were watching the battle through the illusory divine jade turned solemn. Such combat power had completely surpassed the Divine Lord realm. Ordinary first-layer divine emperors would not be able to participate in such a battle. If they got close, they would be injured. He was already considered a top genius in the primitive universe. However, although Zitaizong's combat power had increased with the help of the Purple Origin Divine Armor and could temporarily fight against Lu Ming, he was still no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Ming's fist hit the Purple Origin Divine Armor on Zitaizong's chest. Lu Ming's fist contained hundreds of offensive secret skills and taboo powers. All of them erupted. Even though the purple origin divine armor had amazing defensive strength, it could not withstand the blow. The place where it was hit caved in. The terrifying power hit Zi Taizong's body, causing him to groan. His body flew out like a cannonball and blood spurted out of his mouth. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage in one move. He would not give him another chance. His figure followed closely behind Zi Taizong, and his fists landed like a violent storm. Although Zi Taizong tried his best to block, he could only block a few blows. After that he was hit continuously. His body flew out of the battle platform, and he coughed out blood. Dozens of his bones were broken and cracks appeared on the purple origin divine armor. Zi Taizong had lost, and he had lost miserably. This made the faces of most of the spectators turn ugly. Mu Yun's combat power has increased again. He's even stronger than when he fought against Xiao Dao. Indeed, when he fought against Xiao Dao, he used 2 stone beads that could release gravity. However, he did not use them this time. This means that he still has a trump card. Everyone's faces became more solemn as they discussed. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming stood in the arena and continued to issue challenges. His fighting spirit was soaring. Most of the youths present looked at each other. In the end, they all looked at a few people. Although there were many elites present, there were not many who could fight against Lu Ming. I'll do it. At that moment, a youth stood up. His long robe fluttered in the wind. It's Xiao Lu 19 from the Sha'in tribe. Many people recognized this youth. The Sha'in tribe was ranked 56th on the Eldritch 10,000 tribes list. It was a tribe more powerful than the Purple Origin race. Xiao Lu 19 from the Sha'in tribe was one of the best in the Sha'in tribe. He was very powerful, and was very famous among the quasi-emperors in the Eldritch universe. This was because this person was close to being on the quasi-emperor's list.